Buhweju Tea Factory is a farmer-owned factory in Uganda that processes green leaf into black tea. The factory employs over 240 people and provides agricultural extension advisory services to over 3,500 smallholder farmers.
These 3,500 shareholders are distributed in the whole catchment area of Buhweju, which supplies over 17 million kilograms of green leaf per year.
Buhweju Tea Factory was established sometime in 2012 to deal with the volumes, because Igara, as the parent company, could not manage the overwhelming volumes coming from this district, so the management thought it wise to start another branch, a subsidiary, to handle the excessive volumes.
The profitability, competitiveness, and sustainability of tea factories is affected by the increasing costs of business operations. Energy costs, electricity, diesel, and firewood contribute up to 33% of the total production costs at BTFL. In 2022, BTFL produced about 4.3 kilotons of made tea, using 2,500 megawatts of electricity and 10,500 cubic meters of firewood.
The energy requirement is enormous. In fact, energy makes our second cost after the cost of the raw material. I mean, we pay about 200 million per month in energy only. In a month, we can only have umeme for about 70% of the time, sometimes less than that, 60%, meaning the other 40% or so is on generator fuel.
We are still having old technology, of which we need to improve to new technology. We have two generators, 600 kVA and 500 kVA. To generate 1 unit of electricity, it takes 1,300 shillings per unit, and the grid power averagely takes 380 shillings. And the load of the factory is 800 kilowatts peak, and we are intending to install 400 kilowatts peak on solar.
We applied for a solar project under the IMEU project from SNV, and having won the grant, we are in the initial stages of installing the solar system, which solar system will be synchronized with the national grid and the generator.
The Inclusive Markets for Energy Efficiency project is a 4-year project. We started in December of 2021. It's funded by the Embassy of Sweden. We are intervening in 4 value chains. It's tea, it's maize, it's soybean, and sunflower. And relatedly, we work in 11 districts in Uganda where these value chains are predominantly grown. Energy efficiency has 3 thematic areas. Number 1, we are really trying to increase the demand for adoption of energy efficiency and services. Number 2, we are strengthening the supply side so that when the demand is increased, the supply side is strengthened through capacity building, through trainings. And number 3, we're also working with government at policy level so that at least there's a conducive environment for these two to thrive, the demand and the supply side to thrive. The project at Buhweju Factory is switching them from umeme at the peak time to using solar. So by doing that, they are going to reduce a lot on what they have been consuming. We anticipate, or through a few calculations, we think their energy bill is going to reduce by 30%. When you become energy efficient, that means you're doing business at a much cheaper cost. And that makes a business more competitive. You're freeing up money to do other things.
This factory is 100% owned by farmers. Our intent is to put back money in the farmers' pockets. So when that money is saved, then we can be able to increase the cost of the raw material as we buy it from the farmer. So the savings from this project will go a long way to improve the livelihoods of both the workers at this factory, but also the farmers.
Buhweju Tea Factory etiyambereho kutwara amajani gitu egatwara ombwire etashashurira beeyi etari nka factories ezindi tuyamba kutwara abana biita ishomero abokuba niyo ntaasya yiite itwine.
These farmers, in the first place, we give the market to their reef. We also give them the fertilizer as a form of input. Then when we work very well, we normally give them some dividends after have made some profit.
The IMEU facility could help BTFL become more sustainable and competitive. This would benefit the factory, its farmers, and the local economy.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly stand for the national anthem and the East African anthem?
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of State for Minerals, Honorable Dr. Peter Lokeris. We'd like to welcome you. Let's give him a big round of applause. Her Excellency Maria Håkansson, Ambassador from the Embassy of from Sweden. Please give a big round of applause. The Country Director, SNV, Netherlands, Ms. Pomolo Maposa. Big round of applause. Mr. David Otieno, Coordinator, Energy Climate Cluster, GIZ. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Ms. Irene Pauline Batebe. Big round of applause. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm actually quite perturbed because I know that when we talk about energy efficiency, when somebody says good morning, you don't use too much energy. But in African culture, when somebody greets you with energy, you return with energy. So it's my great pleasure as Dr. Ronnie Michegwang, who's going to be your moderator for the next 2 days, that I'm going to ask you to do something very special. I'm going to ask you not to conserve energy, but I'd like you to use energy and get to meet people. Because this is going to be a platform for engagement. And one of the things that I was always told when I was growing up, that it's important for you to know the people that you're going to be engaging with. Now, this platform here has been created to be able to ensure that multiple stakeholders can share ideas. But how do you share ideas with people you don't know? So, we're going to do something very special, out of the ordinary. Most times when you come, you'll sit with people you are used to. But I'm going to ask us to break that norm and to take 2 to 3 minutes and meet 2 people whom you have no idea about. I want you to turn to them, say, hi, this is my name. I work here. I'm from the ministry. No, not that easily. We're going to stand up and we're going to do it in 3, 2, 1. Ben, make it happen.
Yeah,
2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. David, I need you to meet new people. Add some 2 more, David. Add 2 more. One minute to go. 1 minute to go.
Oh, I'm so city.
You don't try no do better rest. You don't try no grieve better rest. Not intentional, feel the pressure now when you come to my face. Come to my face. See as I spray the dollar now, that's intentional, international, unconventional grace. Conventional grace. It goes down when my G's connect. No disconnect. I they can't cruise forget. If you talk, you collect. It goes down when my G's connect. No disconnect. I they catch cruise forget. If you talk, you collect.
All right, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Seconds.
Also city que rico, papi.
All right, so can we kindly have everybody take their seats? Thank you very much. The next 2 days are going to provide platforms and opportunities just like this one for us to be able to engage, to be able to share ideas. Because you see, I think a lot of people have been complaining that there's limited awareness when it comes to electric mobility, when it comes to energy efficiency. Isn't there a platform or an opportunity that we can have to be able to continually keep engaging? And that's why we have an opportunity later today that we're going to be launching the Energy Efficiency Accelerator Network. And at the same time, we've got so many other opportunities to be able to share experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, my role for the next 2 days is going to be able to keep the energy levels high, but at the same time to be able to make sure that we drive the speaking agendas. So right up next, I'd like to invite one of the hosts of the next 2 days in partnership with SNV, GIZ, and UNDP. Please welcome Engineer Simon Kalanzi, Commissioner Energy Efficiency from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mitch. The Honorable Minister of State for Minerals, Minister of Energy and Development, Her Excellency the Ambassador, Embassy of Sweden in Uganda, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy and Development, the Country Director, SNV, Netherlands Development Organization. We are expecting the resident representative of United Nations Development Program, the head of Energy and Climate Program, GIZ, CEOs of energy agencies with us, the Minister of Energy staff with us, and all the commissioners present, the academia with us. I've seen my lecturer around, so you're most welcome, Dr. Chiravira. All distinguished participants to this conference, the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference 2023. Our theme for today's conference is energy efficiency with endless benefits. Hopefully we come to see these benefits in these 2 days. In our first edition, last year, one of the takeaways was we can demonstrate efficient use of energy through adoption of electric mobility. That adoption is going to be launched by my permanent secretary and the chief guest. We hope the rest of the MDAs will be in position to adopt that. On the side of government, energy efficiency is aimed at ensuring economical utilization of energy in all sectors of the economy, including industry, commercial building, institutions, households, transport, and agriculture. We do understand the fact that efficient use of energy is the cheapest and quickest way to alleviate the costs of energy, reduce the capital constraints of building new power stations and extended domestic energy supplies. We invited you here today to dialogue on how we can collectively address the barriers we are facing as we promote energy efficiency. So this conference provides us with a platform to get those ideas and put them to work. That's the 2-day conference. Tomorrow, we shall also have an engagement in which a number of business proposals seeking funding will be presented to the key funders that will be here with us. I therefore would like to invite financing institutions in Uganda and forward to come tomorrow for those interesting sessions. This year's B2B engagement has been organized in partnership with Mkutano company so that we have the right balance of participation as we ensure that key recommendations and conclusions from this session are implemented. With those few remarks, I wish to call upon all the participants to be active during the different sessions and to support us in attaining at least the following takeaways: strategies to facilitate transformation of organization fleet to electric vehicles, minimum energy performance standards as a policy measure to enhance energy efficiency in all our environs, strategies to stimulate investments in industry energy efficiency for good and my country.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kalanzi. Okay, I'm standing right here if you want to catch me on the camera. Yes, right here. Right here. You can catch me here. Aha. Yes, so that we don't over-monopolize. You know, they say that humble yourself and ye shall be exalted. So only the worthy shall walk to the microphone and the podium. What I'd like to do next is to invite somebody who has close to over 2.5 decades of experience when it comes to energy development. He's an energy engineer. He's worked in Ethiopia. He's worked all over the region. Please welcome David Otieno. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So I'm not so sure, the moderator, whether I have exalted myself by coming here.
You are worthy.
But I guess you allow me to do that. Thank you so much. Honorable Peter Lokeris, our State Minister of Minerals. I have to say this, His Excellency, Honorable Lokeris has always been with us in the energy sector. And it doesn't matter the topic that we are addressing, he's always been there. I remember you very well speaking vividly during the launch of ABC, the biogas program, and many other activities. So we are so happy, Your Excellency, that you always are standing with us. Her Excellency Maria Håkansson, I hope I got the pronunciation correct. Sweden has been a partner to Uganda and many other countries in the energy and climate space. And I know we're working in different sectors here, but also, just to let you know, Sweden also works with a lot of our global programs. So welcome, Her Excellency. We have our own permanent secretary, Irene Batebe, who has provided all the leadership that we are seeing here. The extent that we are here has been always the leadership that our permanent secretary has always offered here. I'm also happy to be joined by my sister, Fomolo Mafosa, the country director, SNV. GIZ works very closely with SNV in different projects, so we always find ourselves meeting in these occasions with Fomolo Mafosa. So thank you so much also for joining us here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're so happy, personally I'm so happy to be here. Yesterday was the launch of the Energy and Minerals Week. Today, now we get into the energy efficiency and e-mobility. So the Energy and Minerals Week is the 19th edition. That tells you how far the ministry has gone. And Commissioner Kalanzi was just reminding us that today's conference is the second edition of such kind of a forum. So I'm so happy to join here, and it is a great pleasure to today discuss milestones that we've achieved or we've reached so far in how collaborative we've been to advance energy efficiency and e-mobility sector. This is one of the avenues to reduce, as you all know, greenhouse gas emissions. Actually, the event is coming so timely because I know most of you here will be taking part at the COP28, and again, the same topics will be discussed. With the world currently facing diverse global challenges such as climate change, low air quality, limited access to affordable and clean energy, it is impossible to ignore energy efficiency and e-mobility, in particular for countries or cities that we are in, like Kampala. Both of these facets of energy factor strongly into Uganda's sustainable development, more specifically regarding the country's advancement in sustainable transport technologies. GIZ Uganda, so the organization that I work for, which is very much partnering with the government here, is cognizant of the state of affairs in the country, in our cities, and therefore works very closely with various partners, not only government, but also the private sector. I'm so happy that there are quite a number of private sector and civil society, but also academia who've joined this particular occasion. So we're working with all these partners, but in particular for us with the government of Uganda, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, to support the expansion of electricity generation from renewable energy sources, but also to improve access to environmentally friendly energies to foster energy supply in the country. Maybe just diving into energy efficiency, because I also realize that those of you who've just come here to look at how far the country is going on energy efficiency. Energy efficiency has been is key in managing energy costs across different sectors of the economy. GIZ Uganda, we work very closely with a number of SMEs, some of them in the house here, to promote awareness of the concept, because it's not just about the technology. I think the technology is there. One thing we noticed is just the awareness of it has been lacking. We support them, these SMEs, to access, utilize, but also benefit from energy efficient technologies in their operations, and several initiatives that you can name. These include campaigns that we work closely with the government, but also assessments, capacity building, certification, and many other of those topics. As you know, the energy efficiency bill that is currently in the pipeline, the government is working around this, will play a pivotal role in ensuring successful implementation of these and many other energy efficiency initiatives. And then when you go to e-mobility, which stands out as one of the topics that you know has also attracted the highest attention of the country. His Excellency, the President, has also set up a team behind it. When it comes to this e-mobility, with the country's high rate of population growth, I think if you read through many countries, Uganda still has quite a high rate of population growth and increasing levels of urbanization. As most of you have been in Kampala and you see the rate at which Kampala is growing, a quick rise in motorization. I was just looking at the data this morning. We have 2 to 3 million people that commute in Kampala and out on a daily basis. And this means that the transport itself just causes a nightmare. And I'm sure most of you must have used that as you came here. So with close to 4 million people in Kampala, that means that we are part of these very growing cities, and a quick rise of motorization to be able to get people to travel. And this implies that transport emissions will inevitably increase unless deliberate steps are taken. And those deliberate steps means me and you taking some role to play. So promotion of e-mobility coupled with a number of renewable energy technologies, focused training, skilling, and also enhancing employability are some of the aspects that will improve urban transportation in the country. And this is something that definitely this particular conference plays a key role. So together with different stakeholders, such as the Ministry of Science, but also the Ministry of Energy, vocational training institutes, and other partners, we are working together holistically to grow this nascent sector. It is nascent because it has just started, but it's a sector that will definitely pick up so quickly. So to date, we have several projects that we've supported and worked with the government on e-mobility infrastructure, curriculum development, capacity building, and many others. And some of those, maybe I'll just mention one that we've worked closely with other GIZ programs that maybe some of them are in the room here, supported by the EU delegation. This is the Employment and Skills for Development in Africa, E4D, together with BorderViac. I think they're also in the room here. Some of these projects included developing relevant and innovative vocational skills for e-mobility. We call it DRIVE project, which has focused on supporting the employability in the e-mobility sector, one of the projects that we will see probably also continued in future. We've also piloted electric borders outside the urban areas, which has included but not limited to creating the charging infrastructure along the Masaka-Kampala highway, which is actually being used on a daily basis, together with again the private sector in the room here. This was done to one of our main projects that some of you are aware about, the Green People's Energy, and we expect more of this to continue. Maybe in the spirit of practicing what we preach, and this is probably one of the points as I come to an end. We as GIZ Uganda, and you will be seeing that shortly, as the Commissioner has also mentioned, we preach what we do. We practice what we preach. I went round and then it couldn't connect. And we are adopting e-mobility in our daily operations as an organization. That's why my colleague Michael Klingler is here, who will also be joining us as we unveil our electric vehicle. We have also a charging station to see how does it work, how do we get it happen, so that as the government will be rolling out charging stations in the country, there is an example that we have within our GIZ country office. And this one actually will sustain our activities and has been sustaining our activities in the country. So we hope that this fast electric car, and I'm sure most of the organizations here also would have that, will be a good case to show what can be done. As I conclude, it should be noted that while we have come this far, a lot still needs to be done. There is quite a lot that we still have to do. So we, as stakeholders, all of us seated here, and some of them who are going to follow in the media, this includes the public sector. So it's not only the public sector, the private sector, energy and employment sectors, as well as academia, civil society. We need to collectively adopt and maintain an integrated approach. We need to work together because energy needs the academia to be able to get their work done. Energy needs the local government to work together. So there is all these integrated approaches that we need to co-create together to effective or to make sure that we have these sustainable approaches. And this will involve all issues of policies and environment that supports energy efficiency and e-mobility that is needed, but as well as open and collaborative partnerships between the three sectors, public, private, but also the research, and availability of technical and financial support. The only thing, my last statement is from the German government, which owns GIZ, so we representing here the German government, we reaffirm our commitment. And this one has been mentioned a number of times also to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, but largely to the government of Uganda, and will continue to work hand in hand with the different stakeholders in the energy and climate sector towards the targets that are mentioned in the energy policy of Uganda 2023, which was recently launched. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to discussions. I'm looking forward to what the moderator, Dr. Mitch, mentioned, that we get to know each other. And thank you so much also for the invitation, the ministry.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. David Otieno, Coordinator, Energy and Climate Cluster from GIZ. Let's give him a round of applause. In the same breath, since we'd like to appreciate people who have taken time to come and share experiences with us, I'd like to signal the arrival of the resident rep from the UNDP, Ms. Elsie Atafua. Let's give a big round of applause. Welcome. We'd also like to signal the arrival of another one of our special guests, Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation. Big round of applause. So as I was sitting here in the background, I realized that having discussions like this and you're all alone sometimes is a bit lonely. So I bumped into a gentleman called Richard. Richard, stand up here and so let's have a quick conversation. And I understand, so what are your expectations for the next 2 days? What would you like to take away from this particular 2 days of discussion, of engagement, and what are some of the challenges which you see in the sector, and how do you think they can be addressed here?
Thank you, Mitch. My name is Richard from PRK Communications, and I would like to say I'm excited to be in this room. One of the key things that I'm expecting to get to know or understand is the opportunities in this energy transition story. Where are we? As a private sector, what are the opportunities in finance, in innovations, technology transfer, and all that? So we are here. I'm glad to be part of this, and let's engage and see what takeouts and opportunities are there.
All right. So people are looking for connections. For those who don't like complex words, I want a hookup. I want to create a nexus whereby I can be able to plug in. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure now to introduce somebody who has close to 20 years of experience in SNV. She's done a lot of work in the development sector. She worked in Cameroon, all over the African continent. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the head of SNV here in Uganda, the country director, Ms. Pomolo Maposa. Big round of applause.
Thank you, MC, for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to be here this morning. But as I start, I would also like to at least recognize a number of people in this particular conference. I would like to recognize the Honorable Minister of Energy and Minerals Development, Peter Lokeris. Like my colleague has said, he's been with us he's been very supportive in the energy field, and we continue to hope that he's going to be supportive. I also like to recognize Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the Embassy of Sweden, the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Commissioner, Energy Efficiency, the resident rep for UNDP, representatives of the Department of the representative of ministries, departments, and agencies here present, development partners, private sector members of press. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add my voice to warmly welcome you to this year's Energy Efficiency and E-Mobility Conference. I am honored to join this particular annual event, which is a testament of our collective commitment to creating energy efficient and e-mobility solutions that benefit people, business, and climate. I'm sure those who have come in a bit earlier, you actually saw some of the videos which were showing the work around this sector, which is going to make a big difference in Uganda. I strongly agree with this year's Energy Efficiency Conference theme, Energy Efficiency, Endless Benefits. Indeed, embracing energy efficiency at all levels contributes to transforming lives, business profitability, and competitiveness. It also builds resilience and reduces greenhouse gas emissions and environmental degradation. I am sure during the week you'll be able to witness all these things that are coming through. There was a gentleman who came from private sector who said they would like to see how they can benefit from this conference. I hope after this conference you can actually see how you can actually improve your competitiveness as a business through adopting many practices of energy efficiency. This theme of energy efficiency, endless benefits, resonates deeply with SNV's mission of fostering sustainable markets for energy efficiency and renewable energy solutions alongside the sustainable development initiatives in the agri-food sector and water sectors that we're working. Honorable Minister, with Uganda's national electricity access at 57%, of which 19% is on-grid and 38% is off-grid, we need to promote energy efficiency as an approach to sustain and enhance access to electricity. The recently launched energy policy of Uganda by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development underscores the importance of enhancing energy-efficient practices and technologies, promoting sustainable biomass utilization. However, there are still known barriers to scaled adoption of energy efficiency solutions that need to still be addressed collectively, and I trust this conference is going to do that. These include limited awareness, limited reach to the rural underserved people. For instance, you find that most companies are within Kampala, but then when you look at going outside Kampala, there are very few. How can we ensure that they also go beyond Kampala? Perceived high upfront costs of energy efficiency technologies, poor quality products, weak coordination among actors, and limited knowledge and skills, but to mention a few. If you look, for instance, at this particular building, we are in Africa, the Pearl of Africa. The sun is shining continuously, but we hardly have windows. We could have very, very large windows which are giving us what? Natural light. You should just look at the lighting that we are using. So these are just but a few examples of how we can improve energy efficiency, reduce cost, and become also environmentally friendly. What is SNV's ambition in the energy sector? Our mission is universal access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy for all. For over 3 decades, SNV has been serving Uganda, operating in more than 100 districts, contributing to food, water, and energy security for all in these 3 sectors. We have a number of programs, the key one being IMEU, which is looking at inclusive markets for energy efficiency, which is very relevant to this conference, and we are going to speak a little bit more about it. We also have worked extensively in the biogas sector, largely looking at domestic biogas. We've also worked on energy for productive use, looking at how we can ensure energy for productive use in the horticulture sector, as well as in the dairy sector, very much working closely with our colleagues GIZ. Energy efficiency is often called the first fuel. It is the first fuel because it is a cost-effective strategy to increase access to reliable power, reduce energy costs, and mitigate climate impacts. 2 years ago, SNV, we embarked on an ambitious journey with IMEU project, funded by the Embassy of Sweden and implemented by SNV, College of Engineering and Design, Art and Technology, CEDAT, my colleagues are here, as well as Private Sector Foundation, also known as PSFU. IMEU aims to develop a sustainable and inclusive market for energy efficiency products and services in Uganda, and will be directly impacting 150,000 people and 450,000 people indirectly, so a little bit over 500,000. The project aims to catalyze investment in energy efficiency solutions in the built environment, as well as in the agriculture sector, in selected value chains like tea, like maize, like soybean and sunflower. Again, if you were here a little bit earlier, you would have seen some of our work in the milling area. You would have seen some of our work again within the tea factories. Today, SNV is proud to be playing a crucial role in contributing to addressing non-barriers in energy efficiency through 2 key mechanisms. The first one is the Energy Efficiency Accelerator Network, which we hope is going to be launched today by you, Honorable Minister, and the Ambassador of Sweden. The second one is the IMEU's Market Development Facility, which also helps to ensure that there is access to energy efficiency technologies within the country. If I start off with the Energy Efficiency Accelerator Network, this has been developed in collaboration with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and other development partners. The national network will strengthen coordination and collaboration among key actors. It will offer a platform for transformative stakeholder engagement on energy efficiency issues like policies, regulations, improved practices, financing, markets in Uganda. We also hope that it will also touch on issues related to quality, standards, research and innovations. Actually, in this conference, you also hear from one of our partners, CEDAT, who is going to be speaking around energy efficiency in Uganda within the built environment. I really urge you to attend that session. It's going to be informative. This is part of what we expect the network to bring. Then the second aspect is on the Market Development Fund. Through the IMEU project, we've deployed a Market Development Fund that triggers an inclusive energy efficiency market by de-risking and ensuring inclusive and last-mile marketing and distribution of energy efficiency technologies by the private sector. Today, we are excited to announce that we have engaged at least 24 private sector partners through these market development facilities. These partners have been chosen based on their innovative approaches, ability to reach the last mile, and the level of commitment to mitigate potential environmental and negative impacts of climate change. We have 2 representatives who are also present here. We have Awelo Millers and Parker and Sanyu Babies Home. I would like them to at least stand up for recognition. I don't know whether they can see. Yes, these are part of our partners, and I would urge you to also engage with them, discuss with them, hear a bit more how you can actually be a key partner in terms of energy efficiency. Their efforts will serve various customer segments that include households, social institutions, businesses, and industries. The total investment of this Market Development Fund so far has been 11 billion Uganda shillings, of which 5.8 billion, which is about 52%, has been leveraged from third-party financing, including commercial banks. Our data from the energy audits show that business costs savings of between 30 to 50% if they implement energy efficiency recommendations from our energy audits. A case in point is our interventions in the tea factories. The tea factories are a significant consumer of electrical as well as thermal energy. Their over-reliance of firewood for tea processing and diesel power for generation results in a substantial environmental impact. Energy-efficient interventions supporting these factories could lead to an annual cost saving of about 600 million and prevent up to 480 tons of CO2 emissions, demonstrating the tangible benefits of energy efficiency. So as you drink your tea, you should also be cognizant of the amount of energy that goes into what? Producing this tea. I love tea myself. I take a cup of tea several times a day. But we are saying, how can we enjoy our tea and also ensure that we don't have a negative effect on the environment? And we are saying it is possible if you actually adopt energy efficiency practices. Now, looking ahead, we envision a future where energy efficient is the norm, not the exception, contributing to a cleaner and healthier environment. However, achieving this requires the collective effort of all stakeholders, government, private sector, academia, civil society, and every energy user. We must work together, learn from one another, and support each other on this journey towards energy efficiency. As I conclude, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our partners, including the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Embassy of Sweden, and all other development partners present, especially GIZ, whom we've been working the journey for a long time. Your unwavering support and collaboration has been instrumental in our progress. I encourage you all to visit our exhibition stalls to explore the energy efficiency technologies available. I really urge you to take the first step to making a difference. Together, we can create a sustainable energy future for Uganda. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to the Country Director, SNV, Pomolo Maphosa. You know, in one of the discussions, everybody is saying, the reason why we need to actually underline energy efficiency is that not only are we going to reduce greenhouse gases and all their emissions, but we're also going to reduce the demand for energy imports. And I was doing a bit of research and I was really excited when I found out that GIZ and UNDP have all now invested in electric vehicles. And I said, okay, that's a nice thing, but how does it benefit an average individual like me? Because like me, I come from the USA, the United States of Apache. Huh? So that's in northern Uganda. It's close to like 350 kilometers from the city. Now, an electric vehicle, like the type which hopefully is going to be unveiled later today, with one charge can go close to 550 kilometers. That means I can get from here to my Chalo and halfway back with just one charge. So those are the very interesting discussions that I'd like us to have over the next 2 days here. And ladies and gentlemen, the next individual who is going to be telling us more about their commitment towards renewable energy and towards mobility when it comes to electrification. Please welcome the resident representative from UNDP. Please welcome Elsie Atafua.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So let me do the protocols by first recognizing Honorable Monica Musenero, Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Let me also recognize Honorable Peter Lukeris, Minister of State for Minerals in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Her Excellency, Maria Hackinson, Ambassador of Sweden to Uganda, also our core donor, and thank you very much for your support. Permanent Secretary Engineer Irene Pauline, Batebe, my very good friend and sister, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Ms. Pomolo Maposa, Country Director. I just whispered into her ears and said, now I'm conscious of taking my tea now. What emissions am I causing? And Mr. David Othieno, Development Partners, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And in a special way, I also wanted to introduce my colleague, Wane Vede Obaho, who is joining us from Senegal as Director of Programs of our Sahel Program, United Nations Integrated Strategy on Sahel. But also in a special way, I'll be handing over the baton to her in 2024, as she's been appointed as the new resident representative of UNDP. And so she's here on a pre-assignment mission, and it was a joy to bring her along to be part of this conversation as we also launch our new electric car today. So welcome, Wane. So on behalf of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and by extension our United Nations family, let me say how honored I am today on this second edition of the Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference. In a special way, let me thank the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development through you, Honorable Minister, for the great work that you have been doing in this space and for bringing us together to have this conversation. Indeed, this annual event presents an opportunity for us to assess and also reflect on the challenges and opportunities for development of an effective pathways to just energy transition, to clean energy and renewable energy for the future. And I know that Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa has been pushing also on that front very, very much. I'll try to just speak a bit off half sometimes by just presenting around the challenge that we are faced with, the case for energy efficiency, but also how the transition from internal combustion engines to electric mobility matters to all of us. The role of critical minerals, I wanted to touch that. Honorable Minister Lokeris, I think it's an important one to discuss here as well. And then some of the things that we are doing as UNDP, and then we'll conclude. So I'll keep it rather short and sweet. But friends, one of the most compelling development challenges of all times is climate change. And I think we know about it, and I'll not belabor it. But I think what is also important that we can no longer say it's an either-or thing. Either we just release much emissions into the atmosphere and think it's okay, or that we do it and couple it with development. It's not an either-or thing. I think the evidence is very clear, and therefore the need for us to take this business very seriously. And so when the MC says, what is in the interest, what is in it for me, there's a lot in it for all of us. And in fact, as we speak now, and I want to establish the connection between what we are talking about today and even the connections in the health sector. As we speak this morning, we have a group of parliamentarians that UNDP is supporting who are in Entebbe, reflecting on a number of things. And some of the things that they're reflecting on is the fact that the government is putting a lot of emphasis and now pushing, spending a lot of money as well on non-communicable diseases. And where do non-communicable diseases come from? Some of them come from climate emissions. And because we are inhaling a lot of carbon dioxide, whether through the charcoal that you're cooking with, we have respiratory disease as a result of that. And therefore, our health budget is also going up. And we are spending a lot of money on now non-communicable diseases. So when we begin to talk about energy efficiency, it's not only about the fact that it's about transport. It is not only about emission reduction. It's also about our health and our health burden and what we can do with it. And so I want us to establish the interconnection between what we are talking about and the broader development agenda, including providing green jobs for people. And so that's the kind of connection that I want to establish. And therefore, it is an integral part of national development processes that we need to pay attention to. But unfortunately, still the uptake in this area of energy efficient technologies is still very low. And so there is more that we can do together. So that's one of the things that I wanted to establish very quickly. And of course, I want to thank partners, including those who have spoken this morning, for advancing the work that we are doing in the e-mobility space. Now, the other thing that I wanted to talk about very quickly in terms of our conversation is the transition from internal combustion engines to electric mobility. Why does it matter? It matters, amongst other things, because the transport sector, as you know, contributes approximately a quarter of all energy-related greenhouse emissions owing to the combustion of fossil fuels, making it one of the largest sources of both urban and regional air pollution. So we also know that according to the Tracking Clean Energy Progress 2023, which the International Energy Agency, IEA, the global transport sector emissions grew at an average of about 1.7 from 1990 to 2022. So again, very huge emissions coming from that area. And therefore, the rapid shift to electric mobility, efficient transport, improvement in transport, and amongst many others, is one that is critical. And again, I don't want to give the point. I think I've already spoken about that. So again, this is an important space for us to watch and for us to put our energies around. Honorable Ministers, I thought I would also speak very quickly around the role of critical minerals. This is very important as we talk about energy transition, energy efficiency. We know that Uganda, for example, and part of the region sit on a number of minerals that are critical for this energy transition. So whether it's our copper, whether it's our lithium, whether it's our manganese, nickel, cobalt, graphite, we have them here, rare earth. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, PS, you will correct me, Uganda has found perhaps the largest deposit of rare earth after China in the country. Now, so why am I speaking about this? And I'm very passionate about this, and Honorable Musenero, we should do some more reflections on technology, that as we talk energy transition and just transition, we need to be very careful that we don't hemorrhage, yet again, the resources that African countries have. In other words, the lithium will go out and come back for us to purchase. The graphite will go out and come back for us to purchase. Hemorrhaging resources, and therefore the question is, how do we help develop a value chain on critical minerals that helps us to support the energy transition not only of Uganda, of Africa, and the world. And I think this is a clear area that we need to pay attention to. So it's not going to be enough for us to import new cars. What will be very exciting is how many batteries we have produced and how many cars we have produced ultimately, or our global contribution when it comes to the value chain to be able to export, but also be able to support Uganda's transition. And so this becomes very, very important. What are we doing as UNDP? And I think I'll mention a few things as I try to conclude in the interest of time. What are we doing? This is a very important conversation for our administrator, Achim Steiner, who has put his energies around some of the things that we are talking about. And one of those is for UNDP, working with partners to provide 500 million additional people with access to clean and affordable energy by 2025, which means that all our country programs globally and in Africa and in Uganda, we need to be able to contribute to that 500 million target that the administrator has set for all of us. But importantly also to support governments to develop the nationally determined contributions, NDCs. And these NDCs, we do know that 95% of the countries that have submitted their NDCs, and we as UNDP supported 120 countries to prepare their NDCs or revised NDCs, have in them standalone or detailed sections on energy targets or policies. And that is our commitment. That is our commitment to climate. That is our commitment to energy. But also, as an organization itself, we have also set targets for ourselves. We've set the goal of reducing our own greenhouse gas emissions by 25% by 2025 and 50% by 2030, meaning that we are also reducing from 3 sources: our air travel. If it doesn't require us to travel, we don't travel, and our facility management and our vehicle use as well. Again, we have targets in this area of work. The other thing that we are doing, which is also very important, and I'm very excited that today we are proud to be part of the transition by procuring our first electric car, which we will be launching today with the honorable ministers. I thought I would get a clap for that. We also, in the last few years, UNDP has developed and implemented projects to support scaling up of electric mobility projects in several countries, and currently we do have over 50 electric mobility projects under implementation or at preparation stages globally. We also want to reduce, like I said, our fuel use globally. We are pursuing several measures in parallel. Our fleet management tool supports efficient use of vehicles. Our updated UNDP vehicle policy requires that moving forward, all the representatives in the world, and we are in 170 countries and territories, would reuse electric cars, and if it's not possible, we would be using hybrid cars. So you will see Wani very soon driving the electronic car in Uganda here. So now let me use the opportunity also to congratulate GIZ for acquiring their first electric car, again, which will be launched with us today. I call on all development partners, private sector, government ministries, departments, agencies to join this journey towards decarbonizing Uganda's transport sector. Now, let me also then try to, in the interest of time, to conclude now. What I've tried to do is to challenge us that when we talk about e-mobility and efficiency on energy, it is not only a climate issue, it's a development issue, and we must see the intersection between that and many parts of the development agenda of Uganda. I've also established that in doing that, we also need to look at the value chain process moving forward in terms of even the critical minerals that we need to harness and invest in to take us forward. And I've also shared some of the groundbreaking work that we are doing as UNDP to take this conversation forward. So as I conclude, let me reiterate that decarbonization of the energy and transport sector is critical if the global community is to achieve limiting global warming to below the 2 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial levels. In addition to the well-known renewable energy interventions, implementation of energy efficiency measures and transition to electric mobility presents a great opportunity for us all to move to net zero by 2050. Let me also take the opportunity to thank and appreciate pioneers in the electric mobility business in Uganda, Zembo, Bodawork, Chira Motors, and the newcomers like Spiro, and indeed the wonderful work that you are doing, Honorable Musenero, in this space. We commend you for that. You are all doing a great job in fostering transition to electric mobility. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. And so once again, let me thank the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for convening us today in this conversation, and all the other partners for us to be together to commit to this transition agenda, and to once again to thank His Excellency President Museveni for rallying us all together to focus our eyes, our attention, and our energies around this very important piece of work. And once again, thank you very much for inviting us, for partnering with us in convening this meeting, and really are very excited that we'll sit in our first electric car today. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Elsie Atafua, resident representative from UNDP. Let's give her a big round of applause. Well, I'm very sorry. I'd just like to put it on record. Madame Elsie Atafua, I'm going to disappoint you. I actually had a chance to sit in an electric vehicle. And one of the biggest things that when you hear technology, you think it's going to be tick-tack, and all sorts of funny noises. The moment you get into an electric vehicle and you think you're going to get it and hear total disappointment. The moment you get into an electric vehicle, all you hear is not even like an aeroplane. Total silence. And that's something that I want you to look forward to. Because you remember in the video, I think one of the biggest challenges we're having with so many automobiles on the roads is not just carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide pollution and the rest, but also noise pollution. With these vehicles, it is almost ultra silent. In fact, with some of the new brands, they've had to put in artificial noise just so that people feel comfortable that they're actually driving the vehicle. So don't say I didn't tell you. So ladies and gentlemen, it's our great pleasure now to welcome the ambassador from the Embassy of Sweden in Uganda. Please welcome Her Excellency Maria Håkansson.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of State for Energy, Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, PS at Ministry of Energy, the UNDP resident representative and your successor here seated, country director from SNV, GIZ representatives, staff from the ministries, representatives from academia, private sector, civil society, media, all protocols observed. It's a great pleasure for me to be again taking part in the Energy and Mineral Weeks, and more specifically today here giving opening remarks at the second edition of the Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference. Energy is required in almost all conceivable development processes. Industry, agriculture, business are engines of economic growth, and access to appropriate energy services is a prerequisite for increased productivity. Such access contributes to overall economic growth and also promotes pro-poor growth. Modern energy is also an integral part of almost all social and public services, and also critical for the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals. Healthcare, maternity clinics, schools, public institutions with access to modern energy services are fundamental to the fulfillment of economic, social rights and for enhancing welfare at the household level. At the same time, we know the challenges linked to energy generation, and we know the challenge and situation we are facing climate change, as has already been addressed by previous speakers. It's therefore perhaps no surprise that from a Swedish perspective, we have identified energy efficiency as one of our main priorities, and we see it as a central or key instrument in achieving higher levels of sustainability. Investing in energy efficiency, it's not only more cost-effective than investing in increased supply, it's also, as we heard, referred to as the first fuel in clean energy transition. So it's an important measure to reach the global goal for Sustainable Development 7, which is sustainable energy for all. And focusing on energy efficiency action should be the first and best response to simultaneously meet affordability, supply security, and climate goals. To mention a little of the work that we are doing from Sweden, we launched in 2019 the Energy Efficient Lighting and Appliances Program, and the goal was to promote pilot businesses models that can pave the way for energy efficiency service companies and to establish them throughout sub-Saharan Africa, and Uganda is one of the beneficiary countries. But today's second theme is e-mobility, and transforming the transport sector is another cornerstone in our efforts to achieve a sustainable development. And smart technologies from Sweden are increasingly being introduced worldwide to accelerate electrification of transport, with a focus on battery applications, charging infrastructure, biofuels and hydrogen fuels. We work to promote, innovate and fast-track the shift to green transport. And these interventions are in line with Sweden's long-term climate targets to have no net emissions or zero emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere by 2045. I think it's also very exciting that this is an area where Sweden has not worked so closely yet with the government of Uganda and the partners here, but I think there is a lot of potential for us to expanding into these areas. And looking at the embassy as such, I know that Swedish Foreign Services have new guidelines for replacing traditional vehicles to electric or hybrid vehicles. Uganda is still exempted from these guidelines due to non-sufficient infrastructure, but I hope that this, and by judging from what I'm hearing here today, this exception will not last for long, and I hope we can join UNDP and others in sort of showing our commitment in this way as well. But let me say just a few words about the Inclusive Markets for Energy Efficiency program that the embassy is funding in Uganda and in partnership with SNV. It's for us a cornerstone energy initiative that we started in 2021. And one thing that I think is especially exciting about this is that it's merging academic innovation through Makerere with business solution. We're also partnering with Private Sector Federation and to engage energy efficiency ecosystem. And boosting energy efficiency is critical to improve power supply, reliability, minimizing downtime and costs, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It also leads to decreased agricultural waste, lower energy consumption, and increased productivity across sectors. And efficiency opportunities benefit businesses, particularly SMEs, engaged in low carbon emission practices. And improved energy efficiency within communities spurs productivity by fostering new business and creating job opportunities for women and youth. It encourages growth of energy efficient businesses in agriculture, in transport, and in green building sectors. And we heard, of course, already from the country director, but I think for those of you who were here to see the short film from the tea factory, I think it very clearly illustrated what this is all about. And I would also like to take this opportunity to really congratulate everyone who has benefited through the program, especially through the Energy Efficiency Grants Fund, which is sort of a competitive way of finding the most efficient and innovative projects with the largest impact. I would also really like to express our gratitude to the Ministry of Energy, close partners to the Embassy, for organizing the Energy Week and for giving us this platform for networking and for learning from each other, from addressing challenges, and for finding new opportunities to work together in this regard. I know Uganda is really already in the forefront when it comes to renewable energies and also e-mobility, and there is a lot of interesting projects already ongoing, but of course we need to scale and we need to do more, and I'm sure together we can achieve this. And I think in that regard, it's also very positive, of course, to see the development of the Energy Efficiency Accelerator Network that is to be launched here today, because I think through this collaboration, we all can reinforce the impact of our individual programs. And together, we can pave way towards a more sustainable, energy-efficient future for Uganda. And I think together we can show that the green transition is an opportunity for Uganda, its businesses, and not sometimes as it's seen as something laying an extra burden. So with this, I want to conclude, I want to again thank you for inviting me and Sweden to be part of this. I want to thank also our MC for really forcing us to network and to get to know each other. And I've already, during those 2 minutes, saw potential for reinforcing impact of some of our programs. So it shows that what can happen in 2 days, if that could happen in 2 minutes. So I wish you very productive days, and I look forward to participating in this Energy Week. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Maria Håkansson, the Swedish ambassador. Let's give her a round of applause. Your Excellency, where I come from, they say that love hurts. So sometimes you must force love if you feel that that person there means something to you. And I think it was one of the previous speakers, I don't know if it was David, I don't know if it was Pomolo, who mentioned that the story about energy and energy efficiency and conservation and being sustainable is something which is not just for the select few, but it's for everyone. And it's something that we should all, as individuals, no matter what our background, no matter what our sector, it should actually be part and parcel of our lifestyles. So while I was just walking around and having discussions, and I actually bumped into somebody who actually has a similar story. They also went to vet school. Okay, they went to vet school many years after me, I think 10 years after me, and she now works with Mercy Corps. And I asked her, so Mercy Corps, how, I don't understand, what are you guys doing and why are you here attending an energy conference? And in fact, instead of just telling a story, please stand up, Dr. Maureen. Dr. Maureen, I just want to find out, so why are you here today and what is Mercy Corps doing and what's the relevance of attending an energy conference?
Thank you, Mitch. Mercy Corps Uganda works in the most difficult contexts. That's the refugee space and Karamoja. So we are trying to provide economic opportunities to the populations. However, without clean energy, there will not be production and productivity in the various enterprises. So that's why we are here, to see the opportunities on how we promote that within the marginalized contexts.
Please clap louder. She's a vet doctor like me. Yes. So when you are giving out, advice to your children on which degrees to do, please put vet doctor at the top there. Very important. So ladies and gentlemen, so what are these opportunities and how can we be able to create this nexus where we can work together? It's my great pleasure now to welcome the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Please welcome Ms. Irene Batebe. Round of applause to her.
Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Honorable Dr. Peter Lokeris, the Minister of State for Energy, Her Excellency Maria Håkansson, the Ambassador of Sweden to Uganda, Ms. Elsie Atafua, the Resident Representative of UNDP and our good partner, Mr. David Otieno, the Coordinator, Energy and Climate Cluster, GIZ, Ms. Pomolo Mafosa, the Country Director, SNV Netherlands Development Organization, the entire team from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, led by the commissioners, the private sector here, academia, but also the Fourth Estate distinguished guests. Good morning. I hope it's still morning. As the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, we are delighted that you have joined us for this very important conference. And the conference is part of our Energy and Mineral Week that commenced yesterday with the launch at Akamwesi Shopping Mall, where we'll be exhibiting throughout the entire week. But this particular conference is focused on energy efficiency and e-mobility. And as the ministry, energy efficiency is viewed as our low-hanging fruit when it comes to our clean energy transition. We believe that energy efficiency provides the quickest and most cost-effective carbon dioxide mitigation option while lowering energy bills and strengthening energy security through cutting down on consumption. But as we do that, we are also cognizant of the global changes. Those who have been following the occurrences in the Middle East and the impact on our security of supply, we do note that the need is even more urgent today, that we continue to support our citizens to lower their consumer bills, because we are seeing escalating prices of different energy options. So what we can save through energy efficiency, we can then deploy to support another area of our economy. It is therefore urgent, and there is a significant incentive, more than ever before, that we lower our consumer bills and secure reliable access to supply, which remains the imperative of the government. So focusing on energy efficiency is therefore the best approach to simultaneously meet affordability, but also security of supply and our climate goals. And I liked the UNDP resident representative's linkage of the climate goals to our health and other aspects of our economy. So with that backdrop, this energy efficiency conference selected a very good theme, and I want to thank the team. Energy efficiency, endless benefits. And without a doubt, energy efficiency is a critical low-hanging fruit in meeting our energy access targets and providing affordable energy. As a ministry, we have just set new targets for our generation. But we believe if we are to strengthen, as we are already planning our energy efficiency approaches, we can even reduce on some of this demand by ensuring end-user conservation of this energy. And this year's conference has been supported by a number of our sponsors whom would really want to appreciate. We want to thank the UNDP for the support you've extended to us, but also SNV Netherlands for that support, and significantly the GIZ, who is our formidable partner for many years in organizing the Energy and Minerals Week. So this conference will largely provide a platform for issue-based dialogue and engagement as we pave way for improved strategies and plans for the promotion of energy efficiency and electric mobility. And my role is very simple. It is largely to invite the minister to make his speech. But before I do that, I'll just elaborate a little bit on the legal and regulatory framework that the ministry has put in place to underpin the development of our energy efficiency interventions. So as the Minister of Energy, we have just finalized our energy policy of 2023, and in that policy, we do provide a basis for energy efficiency and conservation. But in addition to the policy, we are in the final stages of developing our energy efficiency and conservation bill, which will give a legal foundation to really catapult all our efforts in energy efficiency. This bill should be in cabinet by the end of this year to enable us progress to Parliament for consideration. But in addition to the bill, we continue to implement our roadmap, our energy efficiency roadmap that we've been applying in our different interventions. And in preparation for COP28, we've just concluded our energy transition plan with the support of the International Energy Agency. And in this plan, we are emphasizing the need to deploy all renewable energy technologies, but also extract our natural resources to be able to support this transition. But what has come out significantly in the plan is once again the role of energy efficiency. In this plan, we have confirmed that energy efficiency is the single largest measure to lower demand to enable us meet our net zero targets. And along with measures such as electrification, behavioral change, digitization, and others, that goes to underpin the fact that we must pay attention to aspects of energy efficiency. These are least cost and compared to other interventions, and it's important that we continue to deploy all measures in terms of energy efficiency. On the transport and e-mobility, as we discuss the different e-mobility interventions, we have over the years done some work, even before the strategies were finalized. We've done quite some work with UNEP, the United Nations Environment Programme, where over the years we've worked with them on ensuring improved efficiency in transport. And from 2015, we were reporting utilization in terms of your diesel consumption or petrol of about 13.9 liters per 100 kilometers. And we've seen a significant reduction today to about 9 to 10 liters per 100 kilometers. And this was largely achieved through improved quality of fuels. We have moved on from Euro 3 to Euro 4. We are now importing Euro 5 standard of our petroleum products. We've also seen improvement in technology over the years. At some point, we were importing very old vehicles. The age limit has continued to reduce. Today, we are in the region of 15 years, but there is a plan to lower that further to about 8 years. And now with e-mobility, that will completely change. So introduction of e-mobility interventions will really support that earlier endeavor to support the country to leapfrog by greening the transport industry. And away from the motor vehicles, what the evidence is also showing is that the two-wheelers have a very high emission intensity, and we must pay attention to them. So border borders, etc., and we are working with a number of partners, Zembo, BorderVac, and others, and also Kira on the e-vehicle side. So all these will go a long way to support our strategies as government in deploying energy efficient interventions. But as we do that, of course, there are a number of challenges that together, or bottlenecks that we will continue working on with yourselves as partners. We are aware that we need to continue encouraging Ugandans to pay attention to energy efficiency. So in terms of awareness and creating a dissemination of information and ensuring many Ugandans adopt these energy efficient technologies. So we want to thank all our partners that we've worked on this particular barrier. And we are seeing increased awareness. And just listening in to Dr. Mish, shortly, even that 500 kilometers to a patch, we will have a solution to that. Because one of the other barriers we've identified is the need to deploy charging infrastructure, and we are working with our partners, but also within the ministry, we have put in place a clean energy access project where we will be piloting a number of charging infrastructure, and then supported with GIZ, because we've already done some work with them, we'll be rolling out to many other parts of the country. So that barrier will soon be overcome. And then there are other challenges of perceived high upfront costs of energy efficient technologies, but also limited technology availability and appropriateness. And for large investments, we encourage a phased approach to ensuring that we are investing in these energy efficient technologies. We are aware of the financing challenges, and it is good that the MC asked that we at least identify 3 new people we've never met. And the role of such engagements is for us to create a network where we are able to interface with potential financiers. I was delighted when I interfaced with Madame Ogwang from Centenary Foundation. And I didn't know Centenary had a foundation. So today, beyond the conference, we'll engage her further to see how we can best support these endeavors. So meaning that there is immense opportunity, even in this conference room, to network and create those linkages. And we continue to deal with other aspects of capacity and setting targets for energy consumers and indicators to monitor performance. So as a ministry, therefore, as I prepare to close, today's conference is very critical because we believe in partnerships. And today, the minister will be launching the Energy Efficiency Accelerator Network, where I believe all of you will be members in one way or the other. This network will provide a platform for stakeholder engagement on energy efficiency policies, regulations, and practices. And therefore, as a ministry, we are committed to continue strengthening our legal, regulatory, and institutional frameworks to support energy efficiency deployment, but also the e-mobility drive, given its immense benefits. With those remarks, I therefore wish to now take the pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, represented by the Minister of State for Mineral Development, the Honorable Peter Lokeris. Doctor, thank you very much.
PS was running at a high speed, all of you decided to sleep. I think you can now wake up because we are going to put this low one. The other one very, very, very fast. And for me, I was awake. Because when things are very fast, you take a lot of precautions. But good enough, he was talking to ensure that everything we do is smooth. Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Ambassador of the Embassy of Sweden in Uganda. You know, for me, I'm not very good at memorizing names. So we also expected the ambassador of Germany. I don't know whether that one is around, because these are critical people who are our partners in this area. The permanent secretary, the government officials present, the CEOs of energy agencies, the resident representative of UNDP, the country director, SNSV, Netherlands Development Organization, the country director, GIZ, the head of energy and climate program, GIZ, representatives of private sector, the media, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here today to deliver this keynote speech in this year's Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference. This conference is one of the events of the year's Energy and Minerals Week, and it is being held under the theme Energy Efficiency, Endless Benefits. During this conference, we have a platform to dialogue and exchange ideas on how we can improve on the framework conditions for the promotion of efficient utilization of energy as well as electric mobility uptake in the country. So for 3 days, you will just rush your minds to delve into the issues which are very critical for efficient delivery of energy in the country. The Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference 2023 presents a two-themed for reaching transformation discussions on policy and market development strategies on energy efficiency and electric mobility, technologies, and markets. The outcomes of our discussions, therefore, should be practical and implementable, as government of Uganda is committed to improving the framework conditions to the efficient utilization of energy. So we have been really trying since this idea came of saying there is a threat in the utilization of fossil energy to drive our livelihoods. We thought that was the best at that time. But humanity is scared when it discovers that it is going to perish and disappear from the planet if we continue with this pursuit. And therefore, because of being given a natural instinct and knowledge, it's changing to cope with what is happening now. So for our own human existence and the existence of other living beings in the world. In relation to the theme for the conference, indeed, the benefits of energy efficiency are endless, ranging from the reduction of overall energy operational costs, reduction of our dependence on imported energy, meeting of people's energy needs us, and also at a low cost, as well as preservation of the environment, and that's very crucial, our environment. On the other hand, we need to double the efforts for promotion of electric mobility by improving the framework conditions for the deployment of electric vehicles. And also, we must change the infrastructure to do this. With the ever-increasing cost of energy, we find ourselves experiencing energy shortages, yet we have to continuously advocate for the conservation of our environment and reduce our carbon emissions. One sure answer is energy efficiency, which is the fuel available for a clean and sustainable energy future, and reduce environmental energy-related impacts. Energy efficiency measures present a strong business case to save the costs, improve competitiveness, and increase overall productivity. Indeed, it is more economical to incorporate improved energy efficiency measures at initial development stages of any facility. That is, to retract at a later stage, investing in energy efficiency has the potential to meet growing energy demands. It should be noted that our current electricity demand stands at about 850 megawatts against an installed capacity of 1,678.2 megawatts. Electric vehicles charging is one of the ways for us to create demand for excess electricity. As we say, we have no electricity. We have a lot of electricity now, but we are not using it. And yet we are paying for its production. So it is a loss. So when we see this kind of demand coming up, we are indeed very happy that this will be utilized. And also we are still trying to generate more because we think our population is increasing. We are trying to create power pools also to serve our neighbors. So electric vehicle charging is one of the ways for us to create demand for the excess electricity. Moreover, a vehicle that travels for over 300 kilometers of range on a single charge is far more cost-saving than a car using fossil fuel. Notwithstanding the ever-increasing cost of petroleum products, that's petrol, diesel, and gas, and the increased carbon dioxide emissions leading to increased air pollution and global warming. In line with this, therefore, my ministry is promoting the energy-efficient practices in all sectors of the economy with the aim of easing the burden of energy cost on the economy and the environment. The initiatives are aligned to the National Development Plan 3 under the Sustainable Energy Development Program. Within this, it is in alignment with Objective 4. That is promoting utilization of energy-efficient practices and technologies, as well as Vision 2040. The energy policy for Uganda 2023 is focused on putting in place an enabling framework to promote energy efficiency across all sectors of the economy. Our strategies include the following: development of standards and regulations for energy efficiency across all subsectors, building of capacity through energy efficiency training programs for the public and private sector, provision of incentives for switching from inefficient use of wood biomass to alternative efficient technologies, such as electric pressure cookers, designating of high energy consumers, promotion of implementation of energy management systems in high energy consuming facilities, enforcement of energy audits for designated energy consumers, establishment of a certification program for energy auditors, and the accreditation of inspectors for energy efficiency standards, promotion of electric mobility, promote innovative financing through our partners. All these are being incorporated in our Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill 2023, which is supposed to be tabled before Parliament, first before Cabinet, and then, of course, we go to Parliament, so which already was stated by the PS. So we are trying to do it before the end of this year, and the clock is ticking very fast. You know how long is this year from ending? I don't know. Maybe 2 weeks this month, other 3-4 weeks next month. So we are very fast. You will hear what has happened, and the people will welcome it very much. In today's conference, I will perform 2 key events. You have even been told. I will launch the Energy Efficiency Accelerator Network. a network that has been created by my ministry to provide a platform for transformative stakeholders. So if they want to change things. And this one we shall engage them on efficiency policies, shall give them regulations, practices, financing, and markets in Uganda, because there are many markets in this field. And finally, 2 electric vehicles acquired by our partners, UNDP and GIZ, as a way of encouraging the transformation of organizational fleets to electric mobility. I hear the vehicles out there. We shall go and see them. And of course, for us who have been outside, we have seen them. Many things will be new for you. Because for me, I've seen them in Europe and in some parts of Africa. So we are moving. Some parts, many parts of Africa don't have. But I think we are among the first. Energy efficiency incentives implemented by my ministry and by government of Uganda to date. So allow me to give you some updates in the sector relating to energy efficiency. Support for energy efficiency improvements in industries. My ministry has continued to support industries in conducting energy audits, as I told you, which have stated the identification of energy efficiency improvement measures. Many of the interventions identified through this process have received potential and full support in the form of grants for implementation, capacity building for energy efficiency professionals. The ministry has, for a long time, conducted trainings for energy efficiency professionals, which have resulted into the creation of a pool of experts in energy auditing, energy management, measurement and verification professionals. To date, Uganda has more than 50 certified energy auditors, and some of whom are my staff. So many people have been trained, but there are a pool in my office that ministers experts. Promotion of efficient cooking appliances and practices. After the launch of the e-cook book last year, there is a book, I don't know whether you have read it, they call e-cook book. My ministry has continued to promote the adoption of the electric pressure cooker that presents a cost-effective way to save on cooking energy. I implore all of you with access to electricity in your homes to adopt the electric pressure cooker. So, yeah, things there. Just get the cooker. You don't go to the bush to look for firewood or for charcoal. I'm told you that the charcoal is bad. It blinds people. But the African lady will say, when has it happened? Because we have been doing this thing for a long time. We are now telling you, you forget the past. Things are changing. So we go for these clean energy cookers. Minimum energy performance standards. Using the data that was collected on energy using products sold on the Ugandan market, the development of minimum energy performance standards started in 2009, when my ministry realized that lighting motors, air conditioners, refrigeration, equipment, and freezers were the 5 highest electricity consuming appliances. I am happy to see that UNBS considered the implementation of these developments under the PFOC program. Energy management systems in line with the ISO 5001 standards series. The ministry launched the use of the energy management systems that is in accordance with the ISO 50001 standards among industrials in 2017. This standard specifies the requirements for energy management, focusing on improving energy performance. In 2018, 18 lead experts were trained to support industrialists in the implementation and setting up of energy management systems among industrial facilities. Providing for improved energy efficiency in the transport sector is reflected in our policies, plans, and legislative framework. In order to provide for electric vehicles charging, my ministry has embarked on developing a framework for setting up electric vehicles charging stations through the Clean Energy Access Project that is being implemented by ministry. We planned to set up 10 pilot electric vehicle charging stations within Kampala Metropolitan. We are cognizant of the fact that access to electricity and affordability of electric vehicles, charging infrastructure are the two major barriers to electric vehicle adoption. There are challenges in the initial phase of infrastructure development for electric vehicles. The absence of electric vehicles on the market creates a delay in investment for electric vehicles charging infrastructure and vice versa, making us drop into a chicken and egg dilemma. So you think I should get then which one starts first, which one? Then that's the problem. Is it the vehicle or the charge? Which one should come first? Or both? And if it is both, then we need your assistance, especially the people are traditional people who assist as partners. I am saying all of them here. EIZ is here, SNV is here, the Norwegians are here, the Swedish are here, everybody is here. So instead of for us getting one egg, which will not help the other one, whether it's chicken or an egg, which comes first. If we have the resources, all of them will come at the same time. And they need each other. So there is no one, if the other one comes and the other one is not there, then the whole thing is cancelled. The ministry, therefore, has embarked on the following: development of a master plan and a feasibility study for electric vehicle charging infrastructure, design and development of a roadmap for a smart, scalable, and replaceable electric vehicle charging businesses and their promotions, development of standards and protocols for electric vehicle chargers, explore the electric vehicle charging market opportunities in Uganda for both local and international companies. Conclusions, as I do conclude, let me make the this statement, I would like to thank our partners, the United Nations Development Program, SNV, Netherlands Development Organization, as well as GIZ for support in ensuring that the event comes to a reality. I would like to further thank the staff from the ministry for organizing the Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference. I would like also to thank all the partners and also thank all the participants for responding to the ministry's invitation to participate in this today's conference. And I call upon you to build on further and thorough participation and discussions in these conferences for our common good. It is now my pleasure to launch the Energy Efficiency Accelerator Network, a network that has been created by my ministry to provide a platform for transformative stakeholder engagement and energy efficiency policies, regulations, practices, financing and markets in Uganda. I would like to call upon the steering committee to ensure that the network is active and highly engaging to enable us grow the sector and support economic growth. I would like to invite His Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden to Uganda, the Country Director of SNV, the Resident Representative of the United Nations, the Program Coordinator of EIZ and Climate Cluster, and representative from the PSFU, Makerere University, as well as the EEAU, to join me as we launch the EEAN now. So we could come and tell us where to go. Later, I will be unveiling 2 electric vehicles. That is, they are there as a way of encouraging organizations as well as MDAs to transform their fleet to electric vehicles. So with this one, we now say, we thank ourselves as we move to see the innovative vehicles moving using clean energy. They are outside there. So let those who are supposed to take us where they are, so that we do the job.
So, Honorable Minister, we are proposing just a small change. That we invite Honorable Musenero. She makes her speech, then we launch a class.
Okay, thank you very much. We were supposed to have done this first, and then the minister, who is for innovations, technology, to come and deliver a speech how technologies work, not only for this area only, they work everywhere. We thought she would come and do it very well in the middle. Now, because of time, I think let's finish all these speeches. So when we go there, we do other things and come again and begin presentations. I thank you. Karibu. So as a matter of waking up, you can clap for her. You know, ladies need, you know, if they listen and love you, when you listen, you become very happy.
Good morning. Honorable Dr. Peter Lokeris, the Minister of State for Mineral Development, Her Excellency Maria, I'll stop with that one,
Ambassador of Sweden to Uganda, MS Elsie, resident coordinator, resident representative for UNDP, the permanent secretary, Minister of Energy, MS Famolo, the country director, SNV, all the invited guests and participants, our technical staff in the different ministries, private sector, everybody who is around, good morning. And thank you for coming and being here today. Unlike Honorable Lokeris, I'm a technical minister. I give presentations. I don't know how to make speeches. So please, I was given a topic that I'm going to talk about very quickly, but it is really to set the context for the conference as we discuss this important subject. Lydia, bring my own laptop here so I can begin as the others. But first, I'm glad to be here. The last week, we have been heavily engaged in science, and that was the National Science Week. I hope you all had a chance to pass there. A lot of players in the energy. Okay. This working? I wish you could make this work. I tend to disappear behind the pulpit.
Honorable, let me give you this microphone so that you're not restricted.
I'm vertically challenged. You can climb. I also want to report that Mitch is my student. I wonder that I've been around that long. But this will give me opportunity to stand here. Like Mitch and the other doctor, I'm a veterinary doctor. So vets. Well, I was given a topic to come and talk about, and that's the current trends in e-mobility and their implications to Uganda. And the reason I'm making it a presentation, because it was a subject that is going to kind of anchor some of the discussions that we are going to be talking about. And when we start with implications for Uganda, it's very, very important that the first and most important step in contextualizing any new change and development, and this has kind of been not very apparent to us as developing countries, that when there is a movement, global movement coming, we tend not to stop, think about where we are, and contextualize and make this part of our system of change and growth. So when we get e-mobility and the disruption that it is doing, it is very, very important that we are able to contextualize it in our development goals. Technology should never be separated from development. Projects should never be isolated from development. So it is very, very important that we come and we start from the beginning and practically, not just rhetorically, but practically contextualize. So our development goal is to attain a transformed society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country by 2040, if not earlier. That last statement is added by His Excellency the President He's very, very adamant that we should drive towards this goal much earlier than 2040. And in science and technology, we want to achieve, this goal. We must attain not just science and technology, the economy. In order for us to move any of these things, we want to contextualize it into that goal, that strategic goal now, which is to achieve the takeoff of our qualitative economic leap. We have economic growth, but we want to achieve, we have economic growth, which is the upper side. Our economy is growing quite well. It has been able to bounce back from the effects of COVID and from the effects of wars far from us, and it is growing. However, that growth now needs to transition from just growth to a leap. And this is a qualitative leap, not a quantitative leap. A qualitative leap means there is change in the quality of what is dominating in the economy. Our economy has been raw material based, exporting and selling low-value raw materials. And we are shifting now to largely be exporting high-value commodities. And so that comes with a quantitative change in the size of the economy, but the identifier and definer is that we want to be selling value-added products, and so that is going to result in the quality, the difference in the quality in what we sell, and the difference in the value of what we sell. And these are just to illustrate what a qualitative leap is. Economic growth is the green. It's not bad. We have exemplified there with Vietnam. Mexico is flat. We want to imitate China, and in the lower graph, South Korea. And we have come up with a very, very robust system. So we want to follow the qualitative, the leap model is that of China and that of South Korea. That's what the country is going. So when we are talking about energy, we have tended to be afraid of change, afraid of greater movements which seem to be leaving us. So whenever you hear anything that's a big change in the world, everybody is worried about Africa. COVID is coming, or COVID is really going to devastate Africa. Energy change, climate change is coming, it's going to devastate Africa. We appreciate that, but then how do we handle it? We want to handle it from the economy. Behind every storm, there is great opportunity. And so we are focusing on harnessing the opportunities which are embedded in this change of green energy. And you note that Uganda contributes very minimally to emissions globally. We contribute a lot to polluting Kampala and our waters, but we contribute minimally. So we are concerned about climate change, but our response is how can we harness the growth opportunities that are embedded, that have been opened up globally. So this is going to be science-led, and this is a ministry which is science-based. And our work as science, technology, and innovation is just to make sure that we coordinate all the science and make sure it is focused. So science is no longer treated as just a sector. That's why we are Secretariat coordinating, but it is an approach to the economy. It's an approach to the economy. So how does science move to the economy? How science translates into the economy? We have science in the first panel, generally generated in our research institutions, in universities, by innovators, or by knowledge which is generated. That must be converted into technologies. Oftentimes when we think about innovation, when we think about new moves. We have been talking about the digital transition in education, and all we are thinking about is how can we gain access to technologies elsewhere. We are changing that. Can we generate technology so that it impacts positively on our economy? So even for e-mobility, that is the focus. We have science. We have a lot of universities now teaching technology, teaching computer science, and these people have a lot of knowledge. Can we convert that knowledge into tools? And we have already demonstrated, and if you had the opportunity to pass a science week, you saw a collection of these. Then can we turn them into solutions which are addressing our problems? We have technologies, like we have a lot of cooking technologies. What we are talking here about energy efficiency. And Honorable Lokeris and PS, I want to inform you that this Sunday I installed my first eco stove at home. And since then I've only eaten food cooked by the eco stove. And I've been using gas. I won't tell you gas is expensive even for me. I'm telling you gas is expensive given African cooking. But the eco stove has so far over the past 2 days demonstrated that it can work. This one which uses the stones and the solar, it's fantastic so far. I'll give you data about how it has impacted on my costs for cooking within a month, so that I have tested over a piece of time. So now we have converted that energy into a solution. It's a little expensive to acquire, and I would like us to really, and I know they are our partners here, how can we find a sustainable funding model to enable people to acquire? There's sunshine everywhere. If people can acquire this stove, it can really, really change and stop cutting down on trees, because just a little charcoal dust, which we can encourage people to grow some plants, trees which are fast growing. So there we have now innovated. But when we innovate, then we must industrialize, because the ability to produce is still low. Should this entire country want that, how can we industrialize? How can we turn it in an industry? How can we export? How can we, because until it does that, it has very limited impact on the economy. Even the company itself is usually dependent, but if we can industrialize and then support the business, make sure there is trade globally. The way vehicles made in Japan are here. The way vehicles made in China are here. Can we have eco-stoves made in Uganda to be in Japan? So that is how science channels the economy. In our science, we have 8 industrial chains that we are prioritizing in NDP3. These are 8, and you can see that mobility, unfortunately this thing can't point here, but mobility is one of those priorities that we are working on, and we push to make sure that the mobility industry, the way we are taking it on is we are anchoring a lot on e-mobility, but we are anchoring it to build our economy too, not just to transition again, and again the economy is basically import-based, anchored. So we have to raise money, we have to do this, but as we transition, can we generate industries? Can we generate jobs? Can we enhance our economy? Can we contribute to that takeoff? So as I've mentioned, our role as the Secretariat is to make sure that we are mobilizing everybody. Please focus on this, focus on this, focus on this, and I'm here to mobilize you. Our development partners, I'm here. You're already on course, and we really appreciate, but if we can contextualize it into the bigger picture such that as we are transitioning e-mobility, we are developing the economy of Uganda. And to provide oversight, policy guidance, whenever I see something, I'm like, let's channel this, let's create this, including the network that you are getting today. We are going to be looking, where is the science? How can we drive science in this? How can we make sure that science is in there? And the goal is to make sure that we can increase productivity of Ugandans, we can have import substitution. An economy that depends on import of high-value goods is very difficult to develop when you're exporting raw materials, low value, and importing high-value goods. So e-mobility for us is a very, very good disruptor of this flow, such that we stop being a valley of inflow of imported high-value technology for mobility, which we are currently, to a source of technology. So I'll now shift, having contextualized what I'm talking about, what is there and what are we doing? And my clicker is industry trends can be, the trends that we are talking about can be in many dimensions, but I've summarized the dimensions into this triad. It could be, it needs policy. The trends that we are talking about, they could be policy. And we could disrupt things by the policy trends. Or it could be in leadership. How is the leadership focusing? How is the leadership shift? Or it could be industry. I had private sector here saying, we can. Where are the opportunities? I hope you were at the Science Week. You'd really see your opportunities there. Very, very many opportunities, very many opportunities. And if you miss this year, next year, please make sure I don't miss it, because we are going to be expanding that. So when we are talking about trends, trends may be gentle or growth as usual, but for me, the way I see e-mobility is a disruptor. It's disrupting a lot of things. The way things have been done, it is disrupting a lot of things, and we can be very intentional and disrupt at any of those points. So we all know that e-mobility is not just about pollution, it's not about traffic jam, it's really about economics. It's about business. It's about the growth of the economy. It's about economic development of our nation. And I want to keep always reminding us that everything that we are doing, let's not forget the economy. The world is divided into two blocks, the developed world and the underdeveloped world. The developed world has prosperity, the underdeveloped world has poverty. So the focus of all these things is to bring prosperity and development to the underdeveloped world, even as we are doing whatever we are doing. So mobility currently is a $15 trillion industry globally. And a portion of that money comes from Uganda. Unfortunately, the flow is unidirectional, out of Uganda to other nations. And it is projected to be 26.6 trillion, 2030, but now Uganda. And we're going to pick part of that. And we're positioning to pick part of that. And the lower panel breaks Africa vehicle sales, where sales of vehicles in Africa were 1.2 million vehicles by 2017, projected to be 10 million by 2030, because Africa's population is growing. It's a huge market that is growing really fast. For us, we are still we are still on the on the path, and it's a very growing. So there is going to be a big market for mobility solutions. And in East Africa, there were 257,000 vehicle sales in 2015, projected to be 630 in 2030. In Uganda, by 2020, we had 42,000 vehicles imported into the country, because we are not making any. If there is any sale, it is imported. We are projecting close to 90,000 100,000 vehicles sold by 2030 in the country. Motorcycles, we are one of the countries in East Africa, we really have a lot of motorcycles because of the way we have innovated how to use them. That's an innovation. We have the technology of a motorcycle, but we have innovated to use it for public transport. And we are really, you can read the market. So we also have seen the economics of the industry globally. The vehicle production is dominated by Asia and North America. It's dominated, generally Africa is manufacturing sparse. Very sparse manufacturing. South America was making quite a lot of vehicles, and Asia and the other ones. In 2021, the production of vehicles globally lagged the demand. So there were more people who needed vehicles, who had to order and wait. So this is an industry which is growing. If we only look at it in the context of climate change and forget that there's big business behind it, we are going to miss the stage. So e-mobility now, the shift, of course, a few decades ago, people thought electric vehicles, really? And even technologies were invented and packed aside. Nobody wanted them. There was no structure, no policy support, no movement, no traction. And, but there's always a trigger. There's something that triggers change. Something must have triggered the first industrial revolution, triggered the second industrial revolution, triggered the third industrial revolution. All those industrial revolutions happened on us. We are not participants. This one, we want to be at the center of it. The e-mobility, we want to be key players in it. So this is global efforts to transition have seen this market grow in size. By 2028, we expect the trade in e-mobility solutions to reach 1.5 trillion. I hope it won't find us sleeping. And 1.2 billion cars will be on the road by 2030, with 200 million of these electric. So what have we missed? In Uganda Vision 2040, in that document, it states that Uganda lags significantly and has not effectively participated in any of the technological revolutions. And if we had time, I would show you actually the actual misses, including monetary misses, development misses. We have analyzed all these at Science, Technology, and Innovation. So like many of these developing countries, Uganda missed out on these opportunities. We missed out on both the development to have technologies which help our people to do things better, but we missed out on the prosperity to move along with it. So this first, second, third, and it is important to note that the automobile was invented in 1886. And really the concept of the automobile is the same. It has not changed. It has not changed. But during this second industrial revolution, with its commercialization, revolutionizing industrialization through the design of the assembly by Henry Ford, the countries that owned this automobile, it was a subcomponent of that industrial revolution. Those countries prospered. Their economies grew. They didn't look at it as something nice to watch and talk about and have some conferences about, no. They looked to drive it as an industry. And that's what we should be taking. So you remember this? And our first vehicle came in the country in 1908. And the automotive industry has since grown post-independence. We had the knockdowns, but eventually even knockdown and local assembly, we retreated from it, And we went to importing cars and eventually importing second-hand cars, used cars. That's the mass movement which has led to the very dirty air in Kampala. So this is the current, I hope we agree with the figures. We picked this from the statistics. This is the current cost to the nation. We import vehicles and we import pharmaceuticals, we import the petroleum products. When you add that, with 25% of our GDP, our budget annually, goes to import of mobility-related solutions. So this current transition to e-mobility presents a fundamental opportunity. And if I can achieve something today, I really want to shift you from looking at e-mobility as some sympathetic transition to the climate to looking at e-mobility as an economic opportunity for the nation. It's an economic opportunity for the nation. It's not because, oh, Uganda must fulfill this standard, this. No, we should beat those standards because there is economy driving it. We should not be just trying to meet some standard. We should be beating that standard, but not because we are focusing on the standard, but because there are great opportunities that are available for us to harness, to grab at this time and run with. So this current transition presents fundamental opportunity to really disrupt the flow of trade, the flow of business, the flow of economic opportunities that are available. Just like COVID, COVID gave Africa a new lease to get science going. This green mobility is our lease to get ourselves into the energy industry and the mobility industry. We should not sleep too long. So in Uganda, we have taken a lot of, because of that, we have taken a lot of effort. We have taken a lot of effort to make sure that we construct, led by or coordinated by the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, all our ministries which have anything to do with the energy and e-mobility have come together. All the private sector, everybody, so this is our will. This is the will, and this strategy is ready. It was presented to the subcommittee of ministers, cabinet subcommittee, to make sure that we have very, very organized, all development partners, all different industries have this consortium. They are part of this consortium. And the overall strategy is to position Uganda as a net source rather than a consumer of e-mobility tools and solutions. Would like this to be anchored throughout the country, private sector, what we are driving to be a net source. We got some space to insert ourselves there. Otherwise, we would not, it would be very, very difficult for our countries to insert themselves in this mobility industry. But e-mobility has opened a gap where we can position ourselves. So the vision is that Uganda should be fully transitioned to e-mobility for public transport and motorcycles by 2030. And remember, one of the goals is import substitution. And passenger vehicles sales by 2040. So vehicles sold in Uganda by 2040 should be all based on e-mobility. The mission is to have a very robust, self-sustaining, competitive e-mobility ecosystem in Uganda. And for that matter, we have worked to make sure that all key players are on the table, on one table, not just everybody speaking a different thing, but all of us in one go. We are sitting at the same table. So these are the key trends. Trend one, There is an increased adoption of electric vehicles, and I've heard they are going to launch one today. I hope the next one will be bought from made in Uganda, not imported. We will work to make sure that is possible, so that as other people are buying, you are buying from where? From Uganda. So we are developing capabilities for the local manufacturing of electric vehicles, associated parts, components, and systems to deepen value addition along the mobility value chain. We are working so hard on this. And this will create jobs, enhance human capital development, reduce the country's reliance on imports, and create opportunity for export. We target a combined installed production capacity of 500,000 vehicles per year, with 65% local content by 2030. And there are very detailed plans to work towards that. The second trend, these vehicles, as of now, the battery carries 40 to 60% of the value of the cost of the vehicle. So the localization of the EV battery, therefore, presents a great opportunity for high value addition in the e-mobility value chain. And we have recognized this. We have worked through what is required, and we have identified positions in the value chain where to start, and we have started. We already have battery assembly in the country. We are even exporting assembled batteries from the country. But we are working upstream and downstream to make sure that we are well positioned. We have a lot of minerals. We have lithium, we have nickel, manganese, cobalt, and all those. So we have initiated work in those value chains. Depending on the capacity we had in the country, or depending on technology holders now who are willing to come and work with us, we have positioned ourselves somewhere. Some of the work is not yet being shown, but I promise you in the next 2-3 years it will be visible. We want to own battery manufacturing. That's when we shall have value for these cars. Otherwise, it will be just peripheral, little value coming into the country. So we target to a fully integrated domestic battery manufacturing value chain, producing over 1 gigawatt hours of batteries annually by 2040, including R&D in the EV battery technologies. For that matter, there is a space in a 2 square mile industrial value chain for the automotive. There is space there for investors who want to come and domesticate or localize battery. The trend 3 is charging infrastructure development. I read the history of charging and the charging technologies and innovations, the stories of Israel and different countries trying to find different ways. How do you deal with making sure that when I move, I can charge? They call it what? Charge anxiety. People are wondering, the battery is going down, but where do I find to charge? So this, we are very cognizant about it. The successful transition of mobility is contingent upon establishment of a sufficient, robust, convenient, and interoperable network of charging infrastructure. Actually, I have been thinking, when they brought in that first automobile in Uganda, where was the fuel coming from? They had to bring in the fuel too. So the growth of the current motor vehicles that you see has been contingent of availability of petrol stations. And so we have learned from that. How do we make sure that people don't worry about charging? So through government and private sector and development partners, we target the deployment of over 10,000 fast chargers established within a 50-kilometer radius with 3,500 public charging stations by 2040. We might, depending on demand. I've seen a lot of private sector players coming with their own money coming in. They're just waiting for clients. The existing players with in the energy sector are coming on. And the Ministry of Energy is doing their part to make sure there is energy where they require this charging. So, and the different energy sources, the solar, they are all coming on board. So we will continue to support the development of innovative business models, charging technology, standards, regulations, and guidelines. For motorcycles, because the motorcycle plays a special role here as a taxi, we have actually made a lot of progress. I think the first was supported by UNDP along the Masaka Road. But right now, private players have taken it up to Jinja, and we are targeting to reach Mbale very soon. They have gone to Luwero side on that Guru axis, and of course there's the Masaka. So we might actually hit for the motorcycles. These are, what do you call them? Change stations. You just go there, pick a new battery, leave the depleted one, and make sure that you are moving. So they don't have to park there waiting. And this is an innovation. These are swap stations. So this is an innovation, and I'm taking one to my village so that I can build. The villagers will also want this. It's not only you highway people. The fourth trend is smart mobility solutions. The rise of smart mobility solutions, including connected and autonomous vehicles, optimized public transit networks, intelligent transport systems, is transforming the mobility industry. So the integration of the fourth industrial revolution with mobility is a new trend. And initially when we started, we thought, oh, just make a battery-driven vehicle, hydrogen-driven vehicle, but then drive it like the ordinary vehicle. But no, that is now changing. And during the closure of the Science Week on Saturday, we launched our first very own Ugandan-made payment system. So you don't need to carry change. You just go tap. And we are hoping to transition mass transit based on this technology. So it's not only the motor vehicle, but also this electronic technology which has come. So we have a Ugandan-based innovator called Kasaiba, and now we are going to, the next mass transit is going to have this technology installed. And we realize that actually as we move with this fourth industrial revolution, that's where the money is. The money is hidden, but it is in there. And if you don't own those technology platforms in e-mobility, you are not going to benefit. Policy and support incentives, I talked about the triad. So governments are playing a pivotal role in promoting e-mobility through supportive policies and incentives. So we have committed to the implementation of key policy measures and incentives to create an enabling environment for the protection and growth of the domestic e-mobility system. So those who are coming on, conducive policies, they will keep moving very fast and evolving, but we are working on a conducive policy environment. It changes so fast that if you don't pass the policy very quickly, then you have to modify it and to modify it, but the government is committed. And of course, you heard the announcement. If you come here, if you are an innovation-driven SME, you have 10 years, tax-free. So come on, invest here, and let's innovate. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to our keynote speaker, our Honorable Minister. So, Honorable Minister, Doctor, we wanted to hand back over the microphone to you because we want to give you the opportunity to do the launch, the official launch, and also hand over a few checks. Could I have the team from UNDP, the team from SNV, from GIZ? Honorable Doctor, if you could also do us the honors.
Thank you very much. I think we have been stimulated by the presentation of the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation. He says, as you develop all this, your end is marketing to get the money using these smart technologies. Everything is for us to exist as a wealthy nation, a wealthy world, healthy in terms of our health. I thank you. I am now going to launch this perfect, at this perfect time, the presence that depicts innovations which we are geared to follow as a way of existence in the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause. Officially launching the Energy Efficiency Accelerator Network, we have the Honorable Minister. So we have Peace Kansime, the project manager from IMAO, who is going to hand over now the beneficiary checks. One which is going to Barbara Mutagubia from Sanyu Babies Home, who has already benefited, and then also to James Ebuk from Awelo Millers. You can all walk on up there, and this is your moment of miracles. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next part of our morning, we have the unveil of the electric vehicles, and we'd like to call our distinguished guests who are all at the front to kindly make their way to the back. As most of us will continue with deliberations, I'd like to call to the front Engineer Simon T. Kalanzi, the Commissioner for Energy Efficiency and Conservation from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, to take us through into the next panel discussion, Policy and Financing for Energy Efficiency. And he's going to introduce his panelists. So let's give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this panel. The panel is going to be looking at policy and financing for energy efficiency. One would ask, how did we come here? This rightly arises out of our energy efficiency roadmap. One of the issues that were identified as barriers was in terms of policy. Our policy wasn't convenient to enable or foster the energy efficiency market development in the country. We had also the issue of financing. Financing was hard to come by for energy efficiency. And also the level of skills was very low, if any. So, and the expertise in the market was hard to come by. And people didn't know the awareness bit wasn't there as well. People didn't know what are the benefits. Why would you go energy efficient? Why do you adopt the efficient technologies? So this panel will come and show us some light of how we can transform the energy efficiency space. So to do that, we have got quite a number of experts that can help us give the green light to where we can be. Let me take this opportunity to call Miss Cyrene, if I've got it right, Elabed, who is the Africa Program Officer from the International Energy Agency, to give us some light on sustainable mechanisms of delivering energy efficiency services in the world, the experience she has gained over the countries, and we see how it can be adoptable to Uganda. Ms. Elabed, you are most welcome. Then we shall have our second panelist, who is the Vice President of the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. Hopefully you are in the room. You are most welcome. This one will give us an experience of engaging and empowering the private sector, promote and deliver energy efficiency practices. Then we have Ms. Duffin, who is the Program Officer for Renewable Energy and Innovation from the Embassy of Sweden. Here we want to check the linkages for financing energy service companies, that are ESCOs, and how they can be, how that can boost energy efficiency investments. Then we have our own Nicholas Chiza, who is the sector head, energy and infrastructure, Stanbic Bank. We guess he should be in position to give us how we can tackle the financing aspect. Then our last panelist is from Ministry of Finance, a senior economist, hopefully is here with us, to handle the local financing capacity, lessons from the past and the current experiences. Minister of Finance, you are most welcome. I think without me wasting too much time, then we shall go into the discussion with my panelists for the day. As I said earlier, Elabed, please take us through, because Uganda have been having a really big challenge to ensure that energy efficiency services are adopted by all the sectors of the economy. From your own experiences, how do you have the respective sectors, industries, households, institutions adopt these services? And when they adopt them, how do you make it sustainable through? Please share us with your experience that you have attained across countries.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all of you. Thank you for being here. Can I say a few words about the International Energy Agency before I start? Because having a few discussions here and there, I realize that not everybody is very much aware about the agency, so maybe before we start, I can say a few words. I'm Africa Program Officer, and I had the pleasure to be here in Uganda last week as we launched one of the reports we've worked on with the Energy Ministry, which is on the review of the energy sector of Uganda. And this has started almost a year ago, 9 months. I see many of the familiar faces here because this work has been developed jointly with many stakeholders from the energy sector, be it private research institutions, of course, government organizations, international partners, etc. The International Energy Agency is an international organization. We're based in Paris, and we work, of course, mainly on 100% on the energy sector across all the fuels and all the technologies. And we were created in 1973 to really initially focus on ensuring security of oil supply. This was right after the first oil shock for member countries, but then we've started to really engage across the whole sector and also with all countries around the world. I'm sure many of you, if not all, who are working actively as experts in the energy sector have used our data, because the agency is really one of the agencies that provides the most comprehensive energy data, and we use these data to then inform policymakers and support on policy design and then implementation. So again, as I said, I'm pleased to be here today, and this follows the event we've had the pleasure to be hosted by the Honorable Minister of Energy for Uganda, and as well as Honorable Minister of Minerals. That was last Friday. And we are also continuing the collaboration with Uganda and about to also launch at COP28 the Energy Transition Plan that was mentioned by Madame P.S. Irene Batebe, which looks at the different pathways Uganda can have to ensure a sustainable future and to achieve its energy and development goals. Having said this short introduction, of course, I won't be developing and expanding on the benefits of energy efficiency. This is a key topic in the agency. We have quite a substantive work done on energy efficiency, and there is one thing I would like to highlight this morning, which is a policy toolkit we've developed at the agency based on experience from across the world. And to give a bit of context, this policy toolkit was developed last year, as the IEA also organizes once a year a global energy efficiency conference that convenes really policymakers from the whole world. The objective is to come out with a common position that is agreed between all countries participating. These involve ministers of energy, but also other key stakeholders. And in 2022, we came up with this policy toolkit that we have updated this year. One word on the Energy Efficiency Conference. This conference will happen next year, so in 2024, not far from Kampala and Nairobi. This is the first time we will be organizing the conference in Africa, and we hope that we will continue the conversation with those who are in this room today in May 2024. So just a few words in terms of the policy toolkit. We've developed this policy toolkit, again, as I said, based on the experience we have, and essentially the Global Commission for Urgent Action on Energy Efficiency. And this aims to highlight necessary actions and the key components to really make progress in energy efficiency. And these include, of course, elements like regulation, the need to exclude, for instance, low-performing standards for a market needs to be backed by strong regulation. Information, there is a strong need to do massive campaigns of awareness raising amongst the users. For instance, again, to switch from, say, clean cooking solutions that are low efficient to more efficient ones. Clean cooking remains one of the areas where we need to really speed up the energy efficiency, and then incentives, of course, because all of this needs to be attractive so that it can be implemented. So then we have this policy toolkits that really looks at 10 different areas where action is needed, and from these actions we've developed also other tools based on sector-based. So we have, I encourage you to look further into the details available on our website, but we've looked, for instance, for Africa, the building sector, appliances, and transport will be the sectors where there is a need to have, and where there is the potential to have efficiency. So we've developed some policies there to also provide some examples from other countries. So the first one in this policy toolkit, and this has been raised by the Minister of Innovation, is really to make a priority having a cross-cutting action across the whole government, and so that, for instance, taking the example of electric mobility, there is a need to work really jointly with the Ministry of Finance, Technology, Transport, Energy, so that there is a minimum of consistency between the different bodies, and then we have efficiency in terms of implementing and taking decisions also. The second one is looking at unlocking job creation potential for energy efficiency. To give a number from IEA analysis, this is a global number. We project that globally 160 billion USD of public and private spending on appliance efficiency over 3 years could protect or create 1.8 million jobs per year. But this needs really to work also with, for instance, universities to create the capacities needed to take these jobs and energy efficiency. Then we have greater demand for energy efficiency solutions. And here the role of incentives, of course, plays an important role. Listing products, help companies and households make decisions based on which products are eligible or not for certain specific actions and incentives like tax reductions, for instance. Information also plays a key role. For instance, taking the example of labeling products help consumers make informed decisions. This has been mentioned, and this will be mentioned later in the panel, the finance need to also encourage the wider use and scale up of energy efficient say appliances, buildings, or vehicles, etc. And I won't give a lot of details on that, but this is another key area also, not only for efficiency, but for the clean energy development in general that we look at the IEA. And we, in a few words, we see that there is a big need here to work to lower the cost of capital, which is the biggest barrier. And in African countries, this cost of capital is sometimes 4 times higher than other countries, like in Europe, and this will need efforts from both public and private sector. Just to go quickly on the other areas, the role of digitalization, the public sector also that needs to lead by example by using itself efficient tools, and then leveraging behavioral insights. Also, this was mentioned before, really behavioral has been can be an accelerator, or at the opposite can hinder the development of energy efficient policies. Here, just to take an example from India, the government has put in place Mission Life that aims to support India-led goal mass movement, and this is based on nudging really consumers to use to behave in a way that saves energy and be more mindful about the impact of their behavior on the use of resources. Finally, just strengthening the role of international collaboration. This has been mentioned also in the presentations before. And of course, raising the global energy efficiency ambition. In one of our scenarios looking at achieving net zero by 2050, we see that there is a need to doubling energy efficiency improvement before the end of this decade, meaning 4% per year globally. Plus, to achieve this, again, coming back to the question of mobilizing investment, tripling annual energy efficiency-related investments by 2030 as well. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Now, as I mentioned earlier, what is that has been a challenge to the private sector to be in position to engage in energy efficiency services? What do you think government needs to be done? I think now I would like to bring in the Vice President for the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. Hopefully you've heard from IAEA. Maybe she'll tell us later whether anybody was adopted the toolkit yet. Is it could it be of any use if it was adopted in Uganda? And what do you see that is stopping your experts under the association to do business as regards to energy efficiency?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isaac Ephraim Tumusime. I'm the Vice President of the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda, which is also the Association of Energy Engineers Uganda chapter. First of all, I'll talk about the Association of Energy Engineers worldwide, whose mission is to promote scientific and educational interests of those engaged in the energy industry and to foster action towards sustainable development. And one of the things that is very core to AEE is pushing the agenda of sustainability across the world through different fora. One of them is the AEE World Conference, which is soon to happen, and AEE East and AEE West conferences. And those conferences convene professionals, over 18,000 energy industry professionals and 30,000 certified industry professionals. Uganda specifically, which I represent, is the local chapter for AEE, and our mission is the fact that we are not a non-profit organization whose focus is on energy efficiency and sustainability, And we are working hard to ensure that, first of all, we provide opportunities for professionals, especially engineers, who are interested in getting certifications, international certifications in energy management, renewable energy, measurement and verification, and so on and so forth, which you can find at the aee.org website. We are also engaged in developing the next generation of leaders. We launched the student chapter here in Makerere, the first of its kind in Africa, and we believe that it's going to be a very good opportunity for us to begin the dialogue of the conversation about sustainability at an early stage at the university level. Now, to address the question that was presented to me, in the energy policy, the 2023 energy policy, it actually highlights some of the challenges that affect the ability for energy efficiency to be implemented in this country. One of them is low income levels, inadequate testing facilities, cultural resistance to mindset, adoption of energy efficiency technologies, availability of cheaper, inefficient alternative technologies, limited access to more affordable energy efficient technologies, underdevelopment of the market of energy efficient technologies, limited information on energy efficient equipment or the technologies that are involved in energy efficiency, limited capacity, and inadequate standards, guidelines, and regulations. For us as professionals in particularly this sector, a very nascent sector, one of the biggest challenges we've faced is the regulatory framework, because for me, who has been able to, and others may testify to this, who has been able to visit countries like Kenya, who has visited South Africa, who has visited the United States, one of the things that they say is key to the acceleration of energy efficiency implementation is that regulatory framework, because that brings all the other things into play. The financing, it accelerates the demand for training. That means dealing with with the issue of capacity. It also deals with the aspects of awareness. So that one for us is the biggest one. The second one, which we found a big challenge, is the aspect of awareness. And I'll just give an example of a project we did. I'll not mention the project or the funders of this project. After the implementation of energy efficient intervention, recommendations were given to this particular facility. And the facility, all that was required for them was to provide just a small percentage of investment so that these energy efficiency conservation measures or energy efficiency measures that were identified would be implemented. Unfortunately, because they were not aware of the life cycle cost benefits of the energy efficiency interventions, they rejected the project because the upfront cost was a bit high. And for Ugandans, unfortunately, the first thing that we look at is the cost of the project, the energy efficiency project. And we are not aware that on the life cycle of, for example, if you're investing in energy efficiency chillers, the life cycle cost of, for example, those chillers, the benefits over the long life of those chillers pays back more than the upfront costs. And most of the industries where this is implemented are not aware of this, and we have found a very big challenge with that. The third one among those that were mentioned, but which we found as really critically challenging, is the access to financing. And our commercial banks, for lack of a better word, are ignorant about the financing mechanisms that are available for energy efficiency projects. And we understand it's because energy efficiency in its, as a sector is something that is nascent and still developing. And therefore, there's still a lot that needs to be done to bring awareness to these funding, and especially the commercial entities, about how they can structure financial mechanisms around especially the technologies, in order to fund the projects, energy efficiency projects, such that they can be successful. Those, in my opinion, are the three critical challenges that we've faced as professionals in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Now to bring in Daphne, I think we clearly heard from Isaac the challenge of financing vis-a-vis the other aspects. what are those supporting linkages that can support the ESCOs that can be developed by the group, the ISAC group, such that the energy efficiency investments that I have identified through studies can be implemented. I know there is a lot of support which has come in from Sweden, but what more do you see that they can look forward to?
Thank you. Yeah, I think like we've heard previously from my ambassador, Sweden is very committed to energy efficiency because we believe that energy efficiency and development is an integral part of the economic development of a country. And Sweden is, in partnership with Uganda's energy sector, is deeply rooted in its commitment to supporting Uganda's socio-economic transformation. And with that, there are a number of products, and maybe to this forum, it's Umeme, a mail that has come to light today with SNV. But we also have a facility with the Stanbic Bank, a guarantee, which covers both renewable energy and energy efficiency. And also within the different facilities, we deeply look at capacity building, and on different forums, Sweden has trained a number of Ugandans in energy efficiency. From our commitment to the government and our discussions, there is a lot that has been pushed where Uganda was not included in the capacity development program, and with the dialogue, Uganda was included along with Rwanda to be part of the capacity building countries. And also there are a number of other programs, energy efficiency for lighting and appliances, that comes from Sweden headquarters, that is funded to see that the standards in energy efficiency, these are all targeting energy service companies because they cannot work in isolation. And just like my previous speakers have said, that there is a lot of awareness challenges regarding, when you talk about energy efficiency, it's very easy to think about renewable energy, but it's more and beyond renewable energy as we've understood today. And it involves also mindset change and awareness, and within the email project, it was embedded that this awareness and dialogue, including the network today launched, brings together the partners to discuss and agree and chisel out these issues that affect the sector. And when you look at the design of the UMEO project, which SNV is implementing along with Makerere University, College of Engineering, and Private Sector Foundation, it has still a component of grant, just like you've witnessed, and it also has a component of research, because we believe there is a lot of research, and Sweden has been a long supporter in research with Makerere University and other universities, but this research had not yet come to good utilization in the sector. So it was intended that research which is usable for the industry comes out to support the financing, because financing alone, we may say finance, is not alone in its own way. There are different other aspects that are handled to cause finance to come out from the different donors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daphne, hope the academia has listened to you for a call for research that is usable, such that research can support the financing. Now, moving away from that, I would like to bring in Nicholas, the sector head, Energy and Infrastructure, Stanbic Bank. there was a direct attack on you that you don't seem to be aware of the benefits you can accrue out of investing in energy efficiency projects. Is it a failure on our part or a failure on the bank, or putting too much risks? You weigh too much risks for you to be in a position to invest in energy efficiency. What strategies do you have in place that maybe we can tap into? Or do you have any future allowances lowering your risk levels in regards to energy efficiency?
Thank you, Engineer Kalanzi, and I appreciate the opportunity to join this esteemed panel that is covering an area that is probably not addressed enough. Together with renewable energy, increasing energy efficiency is probably or is noted as one of the twin pillars of sustainable energy policy, with one of the key pillars for sustainable energy. Now, as an institution, first of all, allow me to say, we are committed to both the continent and Uganda, specifically its efforts to end energy poverty, as well as to walk the journey on the energy transition. We say at Stanbic Uganda that Uganda is our home and we drive her growth. In so saying, it's very gratifying to join other stakeholders who are committed to efforts to improving the energy situation in the country. Now, in addressing your question around the strategies around attracting more investment in energy efficiency, I think I'll just start by saying the efforts of the bank currently are more complementary to those of other stakeholders like government and the other development partners who are committed to addressing the energy issues in the country. Naturally, as I sit here, many people would be interested in listening to our answer to the financing. And yes, I expected as much. For starters, what have we as an institution done? We recognize it's probably not a lot, but it's probably just the first steps in understanding the problems and tailoring solutions that can be spread across the continent. We have set up sustainability-linked facilities, which are available to our clients. And what are these? These are facilities that are designed to incentivize borrowers who have identified ESG targets, and we incentivize them through, of course, preferential pricing. So as an institution, we have a fully fledged sustainability unit, and we are building some in-house expertise. So working with our clients who have financing needs, what do? We sit down with them and go through their ESG targets. For instance, if I was looking at an industrial client, you'd start by saying that this is where you are today, and you've set up some ESG and sustainability targets about, say, renewing or reducing your emissions, substituting carbon-related fuels, or else even just increasing your efficiency. So once these targets are identified, we are able to craft a facility with the sustainability finance product team and offer you preferential pricing in that regard. So even in Uganda, that unit is available, and the typical products you'd find that are relevant would maybe be long-term financing, and would help our clients to invest in more energy efficient technology or outright replacement of certain processes that they use with more energy efficient processes. In supporting their moves towards energy efficiency, we are equally supporting them on their energy transition journeys, and that's when, again, we follow the route of encouraging them to go for the renewables to the extent possible. I mentioned early on that we have built that in-house capacity. we're privileged to be part of a larger group, which is the Standard Bank Group. And in so saying, we're able to draw advantages from some of the journeys they have already undertaken as they build their in-house knowledge and expertise to address challenges around energy efficiency. So one of the things around building that in-house capacity is to say that within the group, not necessarily in Uganda alone, because we can draw on that expertise, we have set up energy teams, and it's comprised of certified energy managers, energy auditors, measurement and verification professionals who can be engaged should we find a client who is on the journey of increasing their energy efficiency and requires that expertise. So in terms of that technical capability, over time we are developing it. It might not be in Uganda today, but I can draw on it as and when required, to the extent required. Additionally, we have also developed in-house business case tools, and really these are to say what is our client trying to achieve, and by going through the tool, they work with the client to see that, first of all, that business case you spoke about makes sense. For us, if we gave our financing, that our capital and that of the shareholders would be protected. But it also gives benefit to the investor from a point of view of not putting their own investment at risk. Now, in terms of maybe the last strategy I can draw on, and quoting one of the panelists, yes, we do not profess to have all the knowledge in terms of the energy efficiency, but what we can do is form partnerships with organizations which are supporting energy efficiency to develop products that can be utilized by our clients. These could be development banks or other like-minded financial institutions, development partners such as GIZ or SIDA, or even public bodies like some of the government agencies. And the envisioned products in these cases would be things like credit enhancement guarantees or certain risk participation structures whereby the bank brings a certain percentage, they also play a role, and jointly they're able to deliver on the client's requirements. I like the fact that Daphne noted what we have done, I think, with SIDA on the renewable side, and this guarantee facility actually also covers energy efficiency. It's a starting point. It's a partnership we created with SIDA to scale up renewable-related investments, small at this point, but we're learning along the way, and we think it can be scaled if the uptake is good, but we can also pick from the learnings around those clients who have utilized it. So these may be baby steps in the larger scheme of things, but it's a starting point, and we are truly committed to helping scale this whole energy efficiency conversation. Thank you, Engineer.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Now getting to Minister of Finance, I just heard from Nicholas that the efforts of Stanbic Bank can only be complementary to the efforts that government puts in place. And when it comes to financing projects, and in this case, energy efficiency investments, Minister of Finance comes in handy because they are the ones who, set these policies on which one can lend, on which one can borrow, and the interest rates that come in with that. So looking at the local financing capacity that we have and what you've heard from your fellow panelists, also backing on your past experience, what do we have in place? What are those experiences we can embark on such that we can have policies or regulation that give us, let's say, interest rates or devalue risks or guarantees those risks that can allow investments in energy efficiency foster from Minister of Finance's perspective?
Thank you very much, Engineer. My name is Darius Mugabe. I'm Mugabe of Uganda, not Zimbabwe. And I work as an economist in the Department of Project Analysis and Public Investment. I think previous speakers have emphasized really the benefits of energy efficiency, and I think they are endless, as the theme suggests, but maybe a few things to note from a planning perspective, that energy efficiency is increasingly becoming, one of the competing strategic priorities for government, and it is, being integrated within the national development frameworks. But of course, it's also being considered as one of the answers to short-term answer to the blackouts and the power shortages that we have, of course, arising from some of the challenges we see around us, the poor grid connectivity, things to do with the high electricity prices, among others. And these are also coupled with the some findings which we get related to energy poverty. Recent studies tell us that about 66% of Ugandans are energy poor, and half of that percentage, 33, are severely poor, at the risk of losing their life if there is some kind of shock within the energy sources that they use. But additionally, we spend quite some big money on our investment, on our energy needs. 22% of our annual income is spent on energy needs. And we believe that improving or increasing energy efficiency can really help us reduce on some of these energy bills, as well as increase the uptake of the efficient technologies that we are talking about today. So that's from a planning perspective. But of course, to harness these benefits, there are challenges which have been raised, and most of them relate to access to finance as one of the biggest challenges to harnessing these benefits, of course, along with others like consumer preferences, incomes, as well as the supply infrastructure for some of these energy technologies that we are talking about. In terms of the financing opportunities, the local financing capacity, which you're raising, like any developing country, you could be aware that really the financing capacity, the local financing capacity is not large enough to really cater for these huge needs that are ever growing, largely due to some factors, the underdeveloped financial markets, as well as the limited fiscal space. From a government perspective or from public spending perspective, we really don't see enough of the fiscal space to really take up some of these needs. It's shrinking, and largely the financing has been coming from our developing partners, as well as external and private sector players. But from the part of public financing, I think the opportunities are available through the Ministry of Energy. That's where most of the finances are channeled. Recently, we have undertaken a portfolio review of projects that we're having, and they tend to be much skewed towards financing energy along the three streams of electricity, from generation to transmission and distribution. We are talking about a portfolio of about 87,000 billion Ugandan shillings. Of course, that cannot be financed in a single financial year, so what we do is to spread through annual allocations. And as of last year, I think our total allocations were about 7.8 trillion Ugandan shillings, and I think about 20% was going towards energy. That's about 1.7 trillion Ugandan shillings. Of course, these come with so many multiplier effects on the larger economy and improving the wider societal outcomes. But then we also have the Uganda Energy credit capitalization company, which is trying to, bring in the soft loans to ensure that people have access to these last milestone connections. As of last year, I think there were about 29 billion Ugandan shilling that went through that. Of course, by providing a lower interest rate below the market interest, such that really people afford the accessibility. And the government, of course, is having conversations on whether we can complement that money that is coming from the private sector as well as the development partners, and probably introduce a revolving fund such that we scale up that magnitude of money that is available. Of course, there are still some challenges. There are emerging issues related to such kinds of interventions. Largely, that money is accessed through commercial banks. But as we could be aware, the spatial distribution of really these commercial banks is something that lacks. Beyond Kampala and the major towns, really accessing these financial commercial banks is still a challenge. And there are discussions on how we can also harness some of these interventions that are coming to ensure, some inclusive approach and see that all people access this finance. There are conversations on how we can, for example, channel this money through the parish development model, such that this money is accessed by what Mitch said. Someone who is in the US, the United States of Apache, can also access this kind of money. When it comes to the topic you're emphasizing today of e-mobility, of course, there are conversations which are, are coming across from a policy perspective, but also from a financing perspective. How do we finance these new technologies that are coming up, of course, with the high adaptation effects that really they present? The previous presenters have, talked about the charging infrastructure, and I think through the Clean Access project, about 62 charging points have already been earmarked for financing, and I think 10 are going to be in the GMK, the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area. Albeit, there are things we are still thinking about for consideration. The minister talked about the egg-chicken problem, which one should come first. Do we fix the roads first before we think of the charging points? And also, how do we harness, or how do we ensure that these interventions are done in a pragmatic way, they are well sequenced, and we have been thinking of an infrastructure corridor such that all these infrastructures are, in one place, because we might risk having, for example, a charging point and 2 years down the road, another intervention is coming up and they are saying we need to put a pipeline, and that is removed. So we are thinking on how we can do that pragmatic approach to ensure that all these interventions are harnessed. Of course, some good observers say the egg chicken problem in Uganda is not applicable, that we ate the chicken and we are left with the egg only, but there are good conversations we should be having. And who should bear the cost of this financing? Should it be the private sector? Should it be the government? And if it is the government, how then should it be done? Should we think of tax exemptions? Of course, evidence which is coming up is really revealing to us that these exemptions are really not working, and they are not bringing in the wider society outcomes that we envisage. And there are plans for sure on how to rationalize some of these tax exemptions by introducing sunset clauses such that these reach an end where really we begin, taxing these people. Because at the end of the day, these tax exemptions deprive us of the tax revenue, and that will crowd out, of course, the financing the other complementary infrastructure that would really require for some of these interventions. My neighbor was tickling me there with a very tough question that we are thinking of coming up with these electric vehicles, but given the nature of our roads, that what if they are these roads, the way they flood, what if these cars are get into those waterlogged roads? Would they still keep on working? And those are some of the things which are disturbing us from the planning perspective. Where do you put these charging points, given the nature of roads that we have, and so many other things? Thank you.
Thank you very much from finance. Just a quick one. I think it is raining, and all vehicles have electric parts. So, and I'm sure the easy car didn't stop, and the electric ones also won't stop. Now we can move on before we bring in the people here. Stanbic Bank, you mentioned that you are in to support our energy transition. You are really supporting all projects that look forward to reducing emissions. And while watching the video here, we saw the problem with the tea factory, where they're using a lot of wood, crying out for more financing to ensure that at least they reduce on emissions that are arising from that, and devastating the environment, on how much loads of wood they are taking in. And of course, somebody was at the pulpit here calling upon that as you take the tea, be mindful of how much is being taken up. Now, if the tea group, as a potential example, came to you with such a project, how would Stanbic Bank take it up?
Thank you, Engineer. And I'll start by saying, as Stanbic Bank, we're able to meet the requirements of all clients, from individuals to corporates. So your very large corporates and even the sovereign, right down to individuals, we are able to meet that requirement. So if you drew on the example of that tea company you mentioned, how would we be able to help them? We already have some products available, because that's now a commercial stroke industrial client. And such a client would be now trying to move away from biomass to find alternative kinds of fuel. We have already seen this, and one of the ways is we have a tool as the bank, as I mentioned earlier. And what does the tool do? It's able to look at the business and also estimate their energy requirement. In so doing, it would inform a decision on a possible alternative energy sources that can be used. So the more viable options in our market here would usually be solar energy, given that we are blessed with that. In some instances, of course, certain parts of the country maybe could qualify for even wind, but energy from solar, I think, is very renowned and more readily available. So using our tools, we'd be able to scope the requirement, size it, and ultimately price it. So once we're able to do that, and again, working with developing a business case to demonstrate that the client can repay over a certain defined period, let's say 10 years, would be able to extend such a client, such a facility. So this is something that is actually practically being done. We have clients in the beverage sector who are substituting some of their energy requirements with things like solar, and that could be at rooftop, as you might see it, and certain processes are fully covered now by renewables. And we also go to the extreme case of very large industrialized clients, industrial clients, and these are the kinds who have much larger requirements, and I'm talking in excess of 15 megawatts. In such instances, as a bank, we have a decentralized energy policy. And in the same way we scoped the tea factory, we would do the same and be able to support them with finance for alternative energy, especially renewables. And like I said, with this part of the world, we're mainly looking at solar and in some cases wind. So that option is available. This is something we have pitched to clients as we support the transition. And of course, the challenges are many. When they see the cost of investment versus how it keeps them competitive, I think they have to make some trade-offs on what to invest in at this point. Because given some options, a client on the one side is given an option to invest in some of these alternative energy sources and an option to increase capacity. Many a times, as long as they are still at the same level as their competitors, they might choose the capacity and not see the longer term benefits. But part of our job is also to...
Okay, thank you very much, Nicholas.
Yes, thank you.
Before I bring in the audience, I think I'll get one question from this side and another question from the other side. I would like to go back to Isaac before the audience comes in. You sounded lamenting on all fronts, but from what I've heard from the last point from Stanbic Bank, they're actually taking up projects. Minus choosing everyone, can you give us an example of where you think you can do more and attract financing to particular projects you've taken through? Is it all gone?
Thank you very much. Apologies for sounding like I'm lamenting and accusing everybody. The Energy Efficiency Association of positioning ourselves to provide solutions, especially around financing. But what we are looking at is developing models. If and I believe as the Permanent Secretary said earlier in our communication, if we have the Energy Conservation Bill in place as a law, what we believe is that it is very possible to develop financing mechanisms around energy service companies, specifically guaranteed or shared saving mechanisms. These significantly reduce the risk of financing for the bank, but also provide an opportunity for the client who is the beneficiary of this particular project, energy efficiency project, to be able to implement that project in a way that is a win-win for them and for the bank. And we have got partnerships with the Global ESCO network, and together with their experience, we are developing in-house local capacity to be able to work with our member companies to be able to understand how these finance mechanisms work, and then have strategic partnerships with funders. We already have one of the funders on board who understands how this mechanism works, and we believe that if those partnerships are extended across even to commercial banks, I'm very glad that Stanbic is doing considerable work, very good work. I believe as well Centenary Bank is joining that, Diamond Trust Bank is joining the ball game. The challenge I was trying to emphasize was the aspect of the interest rates, because if we're to be able to, if we're going to be able to fund these energy projects, if we're having interest rates in the excess of 20%, they are not very attractive to clients. And as he said, if I have the opportunity to expand capacity or to invest in an energy efficiency project, I would choose capacity any day, because that would increase my sales, increase my revenues, and in the end, increase my profits. So for energy efficiency, with our partnerships with Global ESCO Network, we believe that we can be able to develop that those mechanisms here in Uganda, and then see how to make the process of financing a lot easier for the customer. Right now, it is still in the.
Thank you very much, Isaac. The point of interest rates, Mugabe seemed to dodge it as a policymaker. Maybe we shall come back to that. Can I take one question from this side?
Yes, there'll be somebody passing around. Just put your hand up. Medina?
I start with Insuga. That doesn't mean if I don't know the name, I'll not call upon you. Make it short.
Yes, Chair, I would like to make it very short.
And the person relating it to?
First of all, I'm Engineer Emmanuel Sanden Subuka, with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I have a question for the bank. And I think the challenge is the impact. If I could package an energy efficiency project and show its cost-benefit assessment, indicating that it's profitable, is the bank willing to consider funding such projects? Because I think the problem has been in how we package our projects. And we tended to say we cannot package them. We can actually do a proper packaging of an energy efficiency project and show the impact and do its cost-benefit assessment and be able to seek funding from the bank. Are there such facilities for cost-effective EE projects? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being snappy. Can we take the gentleman in the, can you please stand up? Your name and the question, and make it quick.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Alex Matua. I work with Nile Microfinance, a tier 4 institution having a clean energy portfolio that is growing. Precisely two issues. One, as a practitioner, what are our challenges in the industry? Market distortion. Darius and the panelists up there will agree that the region I come from has a very big presence of refugees, and therefore the issue of donations and the issue of subsidies are very high. In that regard, you find that an investor in the private sector like us get a lot of challenges. I'm grateful that some donors are moving towards the issue of result-based financing. We would love to encourage that, otherwise it is really market distortion. Related to market distortion is also a lot of counterfeits in the market. These counterfeits are extremely cheap, and therefore a genuine practitioner promoting renewable energy and green financing has a very big problem in responding to this, because they are considered to be expensive when actually it is not true. Lastly, engineer, allow me to say this. When you talk of renewable energy and special cook stoves, I would love to appeal to researchers, the academia, and practitioners to look into inclusiveness. The technologies appropriate in market, especially for cooking stoves, are out of reach of the common person. I operate in that industry. We have a lot of people who cannot be supported with the current technology. We need a lot of conversation in that. Thank you, engineer.
Thank you very much. On the left, the gentleman, the hand is up. Okay, let's have the mic there quickly.
Thank you so much, the moderator. Abduchani Kansimambi from Centenary Bank. Maybe to also complement what my colleague from Stambik is saying. The banks are already having products. Like Centenary Bank, we have the solar loan products, the power connection, the green loan products. So at least the financial institutions are not ignorant as we may think. But we are also challenged with the uptake. I think some people have already talked about the awareness. We need these partnerships to increase more awareness. But also the infrastructure, someone talked about the supply chain. To get real good providers of energy efficient solutions in the market is a challenge to the banks, the good solar companies, the cook stove makers, even to find them. And for this market to work, we need that infrastructure to be working, because without good solutions in the market, financing becomes very hard, because the users always refuse to pay when they don't get value for money. Like my colleague talked about the fake products. But also the product diversification is key. Like the example you talk about the tea factory, we need things like power purchase agreements, the energy leases. This is a cause again also for financial institutions to get capacity building, so that we develop these products for renewable energy financing. So it's not only in the market, but all us, we need that capacity, awareness, product diversification, and different solutions to deploy into the market. So if we work in the partnership, this market is going to grow and grow very fast, because we should also look at the business approach. We shouldn't look at it as a cost, because people are already spending on the energy. You have already said we spend a lot of money in energy. So if these solutions come in to lower the tariff on energy, people will not look at it as a cost, but they are lowering their cost on the energy bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much from Stanbic Bank. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time. Centenary Bank, sorry. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time. I'll have to go back to my panel, but if I go back to my panel, there are questions that coming in for the academia. First of all, the skills gap. The academia looking at maybe training artisans, ensuring products are moved across. I don't know how the academia is addressing the issue of fake products, but at the ministry of a program on minimum energy performance standards, working with UNBS. Let me just ask one academia to respond from Makerere. Professor Chirabira, can you please address a few issues of academia, then I can go back to my panel. Can we get a mic for Dr. Chirabira?
Thank you, moderator. As of Makerere and specifically said that we academically we are participating in this, and we are in the consortium for the email project. So we are contributing that, and I'm going to present this afternoon. Then secondly, we are reviewing our curriculum, taking care of all these, and one of our new programs is a Master of Science in Renewable Energy, which is handled by the Department of Mechanical Engineering, and all these issues academically. Then we are also doing a lot of research, and we have a number of graduate students, PhDs, who have graduated of recently in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now back to my panel, the bank. Please respond to the project's packaging. And you have been supported by Centenary Bank, unfortunately. I messed up the name. They have supported you that you have a lot of packages happening within the banking sector. But please respond to the specific question.
Yes, thank you. And the question was around the availability of products for energy efficiency projects. The simple answer is yes. And of course, one would need to get the detail, and I would invite the engineer to come and visit us, and we review his project on its merits. we could look at it as Stanbic Bank, but as mentioned early on, we also do have some other credit enhancement facilities, including the CEDA guarantee, which is directed towards such projects. So would be happy to get more details on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The bank. Now, to Minister of Finance, two key issues raised: interest rates. Please respond quickly, and this habit of market distortions arising out of donations and subsidies.
Okay. Thank you so much, moderator. I think the issue of interest rates is also an aspect of a distortion per se, and that's why most times government is hesitant to, interfere with, manipulating interest rates. Maybe if I can tell you some of the experience which we have been facing, especially with the electricity, that over the years, electricity demand seems to be more driven by government intervention through a number of those interventions you're talking about, subsidies. And now if you bring in the aspect of interest rates, in key aspects, key areas where you have tried to intervene, like I talked of the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, where the interest rate is a bit subsidized below the market rate. But still at the end of the day, we see so many challenges with it, especially the uptake, given that the commercial banks which are disbursing this money also have relatively competing products that they have to offer to the market. And the evidence is, speaking to us that sometimes that money is not disbursed because then the incentive is not there. If they have a product that, they are giving out at 20 or 22%, and then this one of government is at 12%, then they don't see the incentive. And there are conversations on how really to incentivize these commercial banks to ensure that they do the disbursements.
Thank you very much. Going back to the IEA, I would like to really to get clarity on your policy toolkit in those other different 10 areas. Has it been adopted anywhere, or it is still work in progress? And how do you think it can impact the energy efficiency marketplace?
Thanks a lot. So this policy toolkit actually is built on what happened elsewhere in some countries that are really advanced in terms of energy efficiency policies. Germany, for instance, Australia, and the objective is really to gather and to build a framework that could serve as a guide for other countries that are in the stage of implementing policies, regulations, etc. From this one, allow me, because I guess I won't have another opportunity to speak this morning, is to emphasize on one point, which is the need for data. We have seen that there is a need to enforce regulation, there is a need to mobilize finance, there is a need to also find solutions to the counterfeit products on the market, but all of this actually needs really comprehensive data, and this is a big issue in the world, but mainly in Africa. There is a lack of data that can inform policies. If it is for finance, for instance, we don't have much information, much data on the cost of financing projects, the cost of capital. At the IEA, we are working more and more on this, but for the moment in Sub-Saharan Africa, we have it as aggregated information, not on a country basis. in terms of also demand and for energy, for electricity. The policy toolkit mentions digitalization. Digitalization can play a key role in also helping accessing and gathering data, for instance, on the power demand and the peak demand, so that it can be also aligned with the supply. Here again, some countries are front runners in terms of digitalization, the energy demand. So just in a few words, I think there is a need to mobilize also a lot of finance to allow for tools to access this kind of information, and also to mobilize finance for capacity building on how to treat this data and to use it for policy making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And concluding with Daphne, you talked of facilities for capacity building in particular areas. We know that the Finnish government over the years has been supporting capacity building. We have a lot of gaps and complaints coming in that area. So how would you see particular support to energy efficiency, technologies and expertise and technology transfer in that area as you increase your support?
Thank you again. For capacity building, many times when we design our programs, we embed capacity building within, whether locally designed bilaterally or internationally designed. And sometimes it's the partner. We probe the partner. Do you need a capacity building? Sometimes it comes maybe as in a separate component, or it comes embedded. That's what I can say, because we have different framing of finance. Grants usually go for innovation and capacity building. And then for scaling of projects, we usually do result-based finance. Of course, in many aspects, you probe why result-based finance in this area, and sometimes it's guarantees. And we are moving towards guarantees to avoid distortion of markets, and of course also result-based finance. Yeah.
Elabed, Isaac, Daphne, Nicholas, Mugabe, thank you very much for being good panelists for this particular session on policy and financing on energy efficiency. And we look forward to seeing you again for more engagements in regard to policy and financing and energy efficiency. I also thank you very much for having been a good audience.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Let's give him a big round of applause. I think we've learned a lot from that session. We were supposed to have had one more session just before lunch, and that's not going to be possible because it is time to eat, and I'd like to probably say bon appetit to everybody. Each of you probably has received a food coupon. If you have not, you'll kindly receive one at the door before you exit. We'd like to ask that we take 1 hour for lunch and that we are back here in this room by 3 o'clock. Bon appetit, and we'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from your lunch. Can we kindly take our seats? We'll be starting in the next few minutes. Please take your seats. Okay, so welcome back from your lunch break. I'd like to invite the next moderator to actually take over the session. And he's going to be taking us through a session that should have happened before the lunch break, but because of the fact that we dragged a little bit in terms of time, he couldn't get his session in place at the right time. So I'd just like to apologize for the delay. He's going to be talking about, one, energy efficiency advancement in refrigeration and air conditioning. But before we do that, there's a technical problem. You see, what happens with human beings is that biology kicks in the moment you have just had lunch. And if you remember your biology, once you consume, the GIT, or what they call the gastrointestinal tract, now diverts all the blood to the stomach. And that leaves the brain with very little. And that's why you feel so lightheaded and you just start sleeping. So what we'd like to do is that we'd like to be able to avoid that and just ask everybody to stand up for a second. Just this is with the intention of ensuring that we get circulation going. So everybody, push forward. All right, push to the right. Okay, some of you have extensions in the forward, but it's okay. That is all right. You can leave that. Turn around a bit. All right, but you see, the thing is that when we do these workouts here, we are in Africa. Africans like rhythm. So Ben, can you give us a track here now? Huh? Just let's let people understand. Konamu one time. Huh? This is what we call warm up. Ben, chikube mwana. Huh? And then what I'd like to do is just to make sure that we all understand that this is what they call the workout after we are finished. Hands in the air, everybody, right? Left hand. All right, everybody turn around. Turn around. All right, everybody go down, go down, go down, go down, go down. First stop. Be serious, this is an energy conference. Huh? Please, let's cut, DJ, cut. People are losing focus here. Please, cut. All right, let's all sit down and be serious. We came here to be serious. All right, so Mr. Ritt, I've handed over to you. You promised that you are going to get people excited and warmed up for the afternoon session. I hand them over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Welcome back from lunch. It's the perfect time to talk about some engineering and breaking it down in the simplest way possible that everyone can be able to understand. So, looking forward to a great discussion. Our side event, just like Mitch said, is going to focus mainly on advancements in refrigeration and air conditioning, especially from the energy efficiency perspective. And I think this is a very critical discussion because as we speak, there's an increase of temperature worldwide. Even the weather is changing, where there's a cold season, it's no longer cold season, it's no longer dry season, there's a change in patterns, and there's a lot of cooling going on within our communities. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite a very great team that we have of our panelists with a very wide array of experience, and also are going to share a lot of knowledge with us today. I'm happy that my colleague Osama is already at the panel. Osama is the acting assistant commissioner, energy efficiency and conservation at Ministry of Energy. Please let's give him a round of applause. Our next panelist is a very key person because he comes from the private sector and also represents the National Association for Refrigeration and Air Conditioning, where he is currently serving as the vice president. Mr. Mohamed Kanyike, you're welcome. Our next colleague, again from the state, just like Osama, is Mr. Isaac Mugabe, is the Senior Environment Assessment Officer. That is a National Environment Management Authority. Isaac, you're welcome. And the last but not least is Mr. Patrick Ochan, is Assistant Lecturer of Refrigeration and Air Conditioning at Chambogo University. Round of applause, please. So as they settle in, my name is Antonio Reed, just like Mitch reiterated. And I work with GIZ as an advisor on green cooling initiative. And we think that the approach to achieving energy efficiency within the RAC sector is by approaching it from the refrigerants perspective and also using energy efficient equipment. And by refrigerants, we are looking at natural refrigerants, which we believe do not affect the environment. And our discussion is going to be 360. We have NEMA represented here. We have energy, we have academia, and also we have the Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Association. So why is cooling that important? Why is it a big deal? So if you look at statistics, especially from the Economist Intelligence Unit, they say that cooling alone accounts for about 10% of global electricity consumption. So that's very critical for us to know. And also, if this is not attentioned or acted upon within the next 30 years, this could triple. So we're looking at about 30%. So that's really a very high number if you don't pay attention to it. So if you look at most of the challenges we're facing in this aspect is mainly in regards to the refrigerants we're using, the kind of equipment, what is the technology they're using in this equipment. And later on we shall delve into that as well. And what is the Montreal Protocol in regards to the energy efficiency, but also the phase down of some of these refrigerants that we believe are toxic to the environment. We shall also delve into that as well. And just to give a perspective, if you look at a normal air conditioner, even in this room, there are two aspects of energy losses that we experience with them. One of them is direct emissions. That is if there's leakages within the system or leakages of the refrigerant in that system. They also contribute to pollution within the environment and also energy losses. Later on in the service sector, we shall get to hear more about that. And the other aspect is indirect emissions, which is basically just energy consumption. If you have a system that is poorly sized or the technology in there is not up to date, you realize it's going to be using a lot of power. So we're going to delve more into that as well. So what is the Green Cooling Initiative approach? So Green Cooling is a project that is global. It's even our neighbors here in Kenya have Green Cooling Initiative, and also it's featuring in quite a number of countries within the region. But what is key about it is it's looking at this approach from the perspective of natural refrigerants, and also from the aspect of policy advice, technology transfer, and capacity building. If you look at right now, the biggest talk in the industry is in relation to our technicians ready for this technology. And I think if you've been following literature in that, you realize that most of these refrigerants also have their advantages and also have their disadvantages. So it's very paramount that our service sector is ready to handle these refrigerants and to handle them in the best way possible with the best practices in place. Not just to install any system, but rather make sure that it's installed in the best way possible. So those are the discussions that we shall raise in our engagements today. So let me take this back to the panel. And if you don't mind, I will start in any order. Let me start with Osama. Osama, from where you sit, what are some of the aspects that we're looking at in regards to energy efficiency, especially in the RAC sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, and good afternoon to you all. Yeah, the RAC sector, that's the refrigeration and air conditioning sector, is one that we take very seriously in terms of energy efficiency, because according to the survey that was done by UBOS with the ministry in 2018, showed that refrigerators are the second largest consumers of electricity in our homes, and therefore there's a need to address the efficiency of these appliances. And in that regard, the ministry had actually already undertaken the development of minimum energy performance standards in collaboration with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. This was for 5 appliances. So we had lighting appliances, cooling, that's refrigerators and air conditioners, electric motors, I think, and freezers as well. So these standards were gazetted by UNBS, though on a voluntary basis. But there was already a ban in the country of importation of old refrigerators, though somehow they still find themselves on the market. And now we're working with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards to have regional harmonization of these cooling appliances at an East African community level, where Uganda is championing the development of these standards to be submitted to the EAC Secretariat through the IACRI Energy Efficient Lighting and Appliances Project. I don't know if I can first pause for, all right.
Okay, thanks so much, Sama. And in the same line, from the NEMA perspective, what is the role of the National Zone Unit, and how is it engaging the private sector in regards to energy efficiency? Yes, Isaac.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the role of NEMA. Okay, thank you. All protocol observed, good afternoon. Yeah, the role of NEMA, or the National Ozone Unit as it is recognized by the international body outside there, the way they categorize the different governments that are fighting towards the protection of the ozone layer, we are called ozone units. So as the NOU, we have domesticated the international instrument on the protection of the ozone layer. That's the Montreal Protocol. It's enshrined in the National Environment Act of 2019, and it's also enshrined in the National Environment Management of Ozone Depleting Substances and Products Regulations. And in those laws I've mentioned, we have provisions for energy efficiency. And on top of that, we have engaged the national stakeholders. For instance, we have strengthened the institutions, starting from the private sector, that is the Uganda National Association of Refrigeration and Air Conditioning, which does the training of the refrigeration and air conditioning technicians. And in those trainings, we incorporate issues of energy efficiency. And for your own information, that association is the best association in Africa. So you can see how our institutional strengthening has worked. Then on top of that, we are strengthening training institutions. So far we are partnering with the 7 institutions, that's Kyambogo University. Through our initiative, a course in refrigeration and air conditioning was established at Kyambogo University in 2003. So we have been partnering with Kyambogo University from that time. And then we have other vocational training colleges that are distributed countrywide. In the east, we have Uganda Technical College, Elgon, and Ogolai Technical Institute. In the north, we have Uganda Technical College, Elgon. In Western Nile, we have Amelo Technical Institute. In the west, we have Kasese Youth Polytechnic and Uganda Technical College, Bushenyi. And we do build their capacity. We start by training the trainers in those institutions. And then we go on and train the technicians. Then besides those technicians that are undergoing formal education, we also train the ones that learn on job, the ones we call the juakalis. Those people, they learn refrigeration and air conditioning on job. And they don't have the chemistry behind the equipment and the refrigerants they are handling. They don't know the energy efficiency associated with the equipment they are handling. So we train them. Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much, Isaac, for that elaborate explanation. And in the same line, I would like to put it to Patrick from the academia, Kyambogo University. As we realize, there's a lot of technological changes happening in that industry. And I would also like to add that Patrick, other than just being a lecturer, is also a practicing technician. He actually works in the industry as well. What are some of the technological advancements, and how are they helping in regards to improving energy efficiency in refrigeration and air conditioning? At least from your perspective, from the service technician, but also from the person who is teaching this technology within the university.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Anthony, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Ochan. I'm a lecturer at Kyambogo University in refrigeration and air conditioning. Now, regarding your question, there are so much growth or advancement in the refrigeration industry. There are so many technologies on the ground toward energy efficiency, like the introduction of inverter technology. Most of the ACs that are coming nowadays, it has inverter compressors installed inside, and there are non-inverter compressors. So when you compare the energy consumption of the two units, you'll find inverter technology can save energy up to around 30%. But based on the initial cost, of course, people always choose to go for non-inverter because of the initial price issue. Then another thing is the use of solar direct drive system. Now, solar system started way back, and initially, most of the system, the rack system, had solar that has to go through the batteries, the charge controller, all those things. But the latest system now, they are all SDD, solar direct drive. So from your solar, you run the system direct. And if you go to most of the health centers across the country, you'll find it's operating on SDDs. And that's I think it's a big applause to the Ministry of Health for considering the energy efficiency part of it. Then there's also integration of BMS, Building Management System, into the common HVAC system on the ground. So to the extent that there are systems that you can plan those building management system such that, when AC is working, you have to close the windows, you close the door. Now this system, if you integrate, the moment you open your door, the AC will stop.
when we're looking at energy efficiency, it's not only about the equipment, even human behavior accounts so much to that. So by integrating BMS system, you will help people always forget to do some of these things. The system goes off by itself when you open the door, open the window, or you forget to close off your system. It can shut off by itself when the time comes. Then use of remote control system, remote control management system. Now you can manage your fridge from a distance using just your phone, or you can read what is happening with your refrigerators. This is mostly in health centers. If it is overcooling, cooling below the set temperature, you can just tell from your phone because of having a remote temperature monitoring device just as a software. Then there are smart, of course, there are smart ACs, smart refrigerators. The challenge is not only to the technicians, even for us, the academia. Just some small experience. A friend called me to check on the cooling, this ice water cooler, water dispenser. So I went, of course, knowing that it's the same type that we always have with compressors, everything, to fix it. Of course, I'm a lecturer. It was supposed to be get fixed. There's no problem. But when I reached, looking at the equipment, I did not see the compressor is not there, condenser, no refrigeration cycle, but the stuff is there. And I just thank God that someone called me, and I had to create an emergency. I first disappeared. But of course, I Googled very fast. Then the next day, I realized that this is another technology which is already on the ground, which is called thermoelectric cooling, which is far much better than the normal water dispenser that we have in terms of energy saving. If you check the current rating on them, it's much, much lower. It used just a thermocouple to do this. So there are so many technology, Anthony, that you cannot describe all at this time because of the time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Before I leave you, Patrick, you've mentioned you face the same challenge. Imagine the students now. How prepared are they for these changing technologies? Or what challenges do you experience in that aspect?
Actually, as an academia, there are so many challenges. I think not only in the RAC sector, even to our colleagues in the another sector. For example, the rapid advancement in technology. Sometimes even the academians, or you may feel you are being left behind if you don't have your games. Unfortunately, you have to do it on an individual basis in this country. Nobody may be there to support you that fast. So there's a very fast, in refrigeration, in the RAC sector, there's a fast growing technology that you must be fast enough to be accommodated. Now, that's putting yourself there to move, to keep the pace is actually very challenging. Then another thing, you know, our curriculum is a 5 years curriculum that has to be reviewed after every 5 years. But in the RAC sector, too much will have happened within the 5 years that is not incorporated in our curriculum. And because of also of other challenges, sometimes our curriculum goes past those stated time. A friend was introducing me to a friend the other day and said, Mito Chan here is one of those guys teaching those expired course at the university. I thought just saying Mito Chan would be enough, but I don't know why he had it. So curriculum by standard is supposed to be reviewed after every 5 years, but if you checked our course unit, it may be even 8 years, 9 years. I think some are going to 10 years. But in RAC's industry, every year there is a technology which is coming up. Imagine you are teaching someone something of 10 years ago. When you come to industry, it's a completely different environment. It doesn't understand some of these things. And that people start saying, for you, you know only theory. Yeah, you don't know. But the theory he knew is actually what he got. If this technology had been incorporated, it would be okay. Then another challenge, Anthony, is not only from academic perspective sector, even the industry pose these challenges to us because we don't work harmoniously. Sometimes when we give our product out, when they go out, they go with this information about energy efficiency, about the refrigerants, which refrigerants, refrigerant literacy, handling these hydrocarbon refrigerant and HCFC, this refrigerant that contribute towards global warming. Unfortunately, when they reached the industry with this new idea, to incorporate it into the world is a big challenge, because someone will say, I've been here for the last 10 years. What are you talking about? What are you saying? I started this thing before you were even born now. So if the industry could work together with the academians, it would really make much sense. So that's another challenge. Then, of course, there are challenges like that review in curriculum that takes too much time. Then keeping the pace in the research, sustainable research, conducting this research is very challenging. Yeah, those are a few among the many.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. Thank you so much for that elaborate breakdown. I'll put it to Mohammed from a perspective of the association, because like Isaac mentioned from NEMA, they see UNARA is among the best associations in Africa. What are you doing exactly? What is different? What are you doing different from other sessions? But also in regards to advancing, because Patrick has clearly mentioned that the students, who are our technicians, actually come out and they're not well conversant with this technology. What is UNARA doing to ensure our students are able to pick up with these advancing technologies, and also considering the aspect of energy efficiency?
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Greetings from UNARA. UNARA is, if you can give me a minute, just talk briefly about UNARA. UNARA is Uganda National Association of Refrigeration and Air Conditioning. It was formed in 1999 for government compliance with the Montreal Protocol. As already mentioned, the Montreal Protocol is an international agreement that was signed to phase out the ozone-depleting gases, and has been amended to include gases that contribute to global warming. So UNARA has done quite a lot with helping the government comply with the Montreal Protocol and other multilateral environmental protocols. Among the many ways UNARA is helping Uganda through different projects. Example is the refrigeration management plan, the hydrochlorofluorocarbon phase-out management project. And through these projects, what UNARA is particularly doing, an example, in the efforts to save the environment from the ozone-depleting substances, UNARA helps practitioners to recover and reuse refrigerant. In the last 7 years, UNARA has helped or has saved over close to a ton of different refrigerants, including R22s, 134As, and 410. These gases are some of those that contribute to global warming and ozone depletion. If I can just compare, there's some research that tried to compare the effect of these refrigerants with other emissions. And this was, they compared R22, which is normally used in air conditioners, both the small and the big, and cooling systems like the cold rooms. So they compared emissions from a medium-sized car, an example of a Land Cruiser, with, it was found that only 4.5 kilograms of R22, which can only go in a small system, is equivalent, when emitted in space, is equivalent to what a medium vehicle emits if driven for over 40,000 kilometers. So you can see the effect of these refrigerants, and what UNARA is doing is helping the practitioners to recover that gas and reuse it. For those that don't reuse it, UNARA has the capacity to store that same gas, and also to purify it or to reclaim it to original standard or original properties. Among other ways, UNARA is also doing a lot in training, as already mentioned, through our partners, including NEMA, GIZ, UNIDO, UNDP. UNARA has done a lot in training the practitioners and also the other fields, including the customs, because when equipment were delivered that are used to detect or to analyze refrigerant, UNARA was engaged to take on training and train the custom officials on how to use the equipment to check the different refrigerants. So those are some of the few ways that UNARA is helping in regards to the government complying with the protocol and also achieving the energy efficiency.
Okay, thanks so much, panelists. I think for the benefit of time, allow me to get some questions from our dear participants. And I don't know, Mitch, are you there? If you could be able to help us with getting some participants, either the microphone, to present their questions to our panelists today, before we continue to the next session. I see an hand here.
How much time do you think you need before we close your session?
Give us about 15 minutes.
15?
15 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. My question that I wanted to, might not be a question or proposal, is to UNARA. I work with Crown Beverages as a plant manager. I'm also happy with the association that at one time you visited, just to create awareness about these gases with me and my engineers. However, we employ your members to come and service our units. Sometimes when we are looking for the service provider, we consider cost. And now almost your business, almost everybody can open a company under his house. They come pitching for jobs. Is it possible to license these technicians? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's take two more and then put it back to the panelists.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This is Resa Pia from Nepal. I have a question to this Green Cooling Initiative program. Do you also look after the passive cooling as well as the building materials to reduce the cooling demand?
Okay, thank you. One more question. Okay, if there's none, put it back to Mohammed. Sorry, yeah, okay. One more, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, panelists and moderator. I'm Engineer Dennis Ariho from the East African Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, YAKRI. So my question is about, I think, the Association of Refrigeration and also GIZ. Are you conducting energy audits in the refrigeration and air conditioning space? So are there any reports? What is the status in the different sectors of the economy? And what are you doing to recover these used refrigerators and air conditioners? Where are they going? Are they going in our landfills? Because they have a lot of minerals. So what should be done to improve that? And that one, of course, also applies in the other products like solar products and so on. So what happens when the refrigerator or an air conditioner reaches the end of life? Where do they go? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the benefit of time. Let's answer those questions now. And then we'll also encourage the panelists to be available for any bilateral engagements after the session. I think most of the questions are to UNARA. UNARA, you can start, and then I can be able to give feedback to the ones coming to Green Cooling Initiative.
Thank you. The question about licensing, yes, there are already efforts on the way where UNARA is going to work together with the DIT. DIT is Directorate of Industrial Training, and that's a government body under Ministry of Education. They're the person, or they're the ones that are in charge of certification. So we are already talks ongoing between UNARA and DIT to be able to harmonize the certification of the trainer, of the technicians. So your concern is taken care of. Thank you for that. Then about the old systems that have reached end of life. Yes, UNARA has a facility or has equipment that have been donated by UNIDO and GIZ, equipment that help us to recover the refrigerant and store. At the moment, gases like R22, 134A, their schedule is still on, however much it's coming to the end in a few years, but we still recover and keep this refrigerant. When there is someone that needs to use the same gas because the system is still around, so what we do, we recover that gas and store. Recently, we had a project where one company came. Their client wanted to change the type of gas they were using. In particular, they wanted to change from R22, which causes ozone depletion and global warming, to a gas that is more environmentally friendly. So through NEMA, they got our contact through NEMA, and we worked with them to recover refrigerant across the country from over 130 split systems. We recovered close to 200 kilograms of gas. We kept that gas, and that gas, we still have some of it. Some has been taken by some people that need it because, as you know, some of these gases are no longer produced by the manufacturers because of the restrictions. So we keep that gas, we clean it, and other people that need it can use it. So that's what we do with the gases. Then the energy audits. Well, this, I think, Isaac is the best position to answer this, but what we do, we've done surveys regarding the kind of refrigerants that are in use, but we have not done anything regarding energy audit. So probably I will pass this to Isaac from NEMA.
Okay, thank you very much, Mohammed, for that response. Yeah, this issue of energy efficiency, we are mainstreaming it in environment, and like he has mentioned, we have started with the survey, and in that survey, they have provided information about the various equipment and their energy performance. And we are looking forward to having those, like the energy performance incorporated into the environmental audits. Yes, so that aspect is going to be included in the licensing. Yeah, then he mentioned something about equipment that have reached their end of life or that are regarded as waste. For your own information, there is a provision for retrofitting that equipment. For instance, if you're having an old refrigerator and it's running on, say, a prohibited gas like R12, you can have that refrigerator retrofitted to run with the energy efficient refrigerants like the R290 and other natural refrigerants. So in so doing, we can minimize waste. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Isaac and Mohammed. Our time is really fast spent. Let me answer to the question of green cooling in regards to buildings. Right now, the best we are doing is only advising. We have not engage directly in that, but we're working with the respective bodies to be able to harmonize that. And it's also something that is, I don't know if somebody want to touch on it in regards to MEPS. Yeah, okay, you can go, it's okay.
All right, thank you very much. Regarding passive cooling and building materials, the ministry, we are developing guidelines for energy efficiency in buildings. And these should be concluded, I think, this month or before the end of the year. The idea is that you cannot, for complex structures, the classifications of buildings. For complex buildings, according to the Building Act, you cannot get a construction permit if you don't have a certificate of energy efficiency going forward once these guidelines are out. So that will be very interesting to look at. And these majorly look at the design, energy efficiency input into the design of the building, but also the appliances that will be used during utilization of the building. But just also to quickly add, before time runs out, Isaac talked about the retrofitting or provision of new refrigerators or gas for that matter. I know this has been done successfully in Ghana, and it's a case study that we're studying carefully, where they had a target of 50,000 refrigerators for homes using the utility companies through that rebate system. And again, through some initiatives, either with like the ESCO model and things like that, this is something that we are considering or studying carefully to see how that can be achieved. Then quickly, just as a summary, future outlook for this at the ministry is majorly through the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill that was talked about in the morning, that the ministry is working on, which will then provide the legal framework for the implementation of these minimum energy performance standards, because one of the challenges that we've been facing is the lack of a regulatory framework to enforce these standards. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, the panelists. And just in regards to time, allow me just add something small about equipment that has reached end of life. Currently, there are companies, I think I know about Airgas. You can go check it out online. So what they do, they encourage organizations like UNARA to collect that gas, and then they come and pick it. They pay a fee for it, they come and pick it and take it for further processing, where they can even use it in factories, cement factories, in combustion. So there's actually no dumping of this gas anyhow. So once it's collected, they come and pick it, even pay you some money for that, and then they can be able to go ahead and use it in the most responsible way possible. As we close, I would like to extend gratitude to our team and also to the audience. I think you've been a good audience. We've had some good engagements, and I think no one has been dozing, even after having lunch. So I'm quite happy for that. And also to the team, thank you so much. I'd like to encourage you to engage more in case you have further questions that could not be addressed in the session. You can be able to engage them further within the conference. Otherwise, thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Great job. Let's give a big round of applause to all the panelists. I like Mr. Chan Patrick's story that sometimes if you don't have the solution to a problem, you can create an emergency. So that's going to be my new tactic also. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to move to the next segment, which is a special presentation. It's going to be on energy efficiency in buildings. Please welcome from Makerere University, Professor John Baptist Chirabira. Big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I had shared with the studio the presentation, if they can. So as a start, I can, this work I'm going to present is a work in progress, which we are doing in a consortium in the email project. So as I think talked about before, we're a consortium of 3. We have SNV, Netherlands, we have private sector Uganda, and then Makerere University has said that. So our role as Makerere is to do the research part of the email project. And what we are presenting today is basically to look at energy in buildings, energy efficiency in buildings. This work is not being done by me alone. We have a team of some 2 PhD students, then another colleague, and then another 2 colleagues are handling energy efficiency in agriculture. I don't know from the studio, some things are being cut, but I think I'll just continue like that. This is the outline of the presentation. I'll give an introduction, which will also include energy in buildings, the situation analysis in Uganda, then energy measures for buildings, policy tools to promote energy efficiency in buildings. Then in part of our work, we did a Delphi study that is talking to experts in this area. And we have some partial results which we would want to share with you. Then potential for energy savings in buildings, and then I make conclusions and recommendations. So as a definition, I think I'm in a wrong place. I can't. From the definition, energy efficiency, when we consider buildings, is the use of less energy in a building to perform the same operation.
Professor, would you like to use this microphone so you're mobile?
That is better for me.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah. In other words, you want to consume as less energy as possible for that particular building. But technically, from UNIDO, it is the extent to which the energy consumption per square meter of floor area of a building measures up to the established benchmarks or standards under defined climatic conditions, because we live in different climatic conditions. So I would like also to emphasize that energy efficiency and green transition do not only address climate change concerns, as previous speakers have said, but also it is important in development, economic development, through optimal energy consumption, cleaner production, and ensuring energy security. So if we don't waste energy, then we have energy security. So why is it important in buildings? We spend over 90% of our time in buildings. When we are not at home, we are in offices and so on. When we are not in office, we are in a restaurant somewhere. And so we keep most of our time in buildings. So the building sector accounts for more than 40%, nearly 1/3 of the global energy consumption, and 27% of energy sector emissions. So as we consume, we also do a lot of emissions during use and also during the generation of that energy. So over 15% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions come from buildings, and by 2040, increased demand for cooling is projected to raise annual electricity demand by 10%. In Uganda, the building sector accounts for over 15% of the country's total energy usage. And when we are talking about buildings in the context of Uganda, we are talking about lighting, cooling in form of refrigeration and the like, cooking and ventilation. You know, in other perspectives, they talk about warming, which we don't normally warm our houses here in Uganda. So why is this important for Uganda? Governments have a responsibility to ensure that there is secure supply of energy to ensure economic growth. Then developing economies account for almost 80% of the global growth in electricity demand. Electricity is the biggest part of the energy we use. So this is the same case in Uganda. The demand for energy services keeps growing because of industrialization and also the population growth, urbanization, and the like. So energy efficiency in building reduces the demand for the energy supply. If we can address energy efficiency in buildings, then the demand will reduce. So capital costs of energy efficiency are lower compared to investments for increasing energy supply. And then government can ensure the security of energy supply if we have energy efficiency. Then the concern of fulfilling SDG 7, that is ending poverty and meeting net zero global goal of 2050. So what are the measures, the energy efficiency measures for buildings? They are typically categorized into reducing heating demand, reducing cooling demand, reducing the energy requirements for ventilation, reducing energy use for lighting, reducing energy used for heating water, reducing electricity consumption of office equipment and appliances, good housekeeping, and people solutions, then overall improved thermal comfort within the building. Now, the factors which we normally consider that influence energy in buildings, they are typically 6. This point I cannot work on this screen, but if you look on the left, we look at the technical and physical, which include the climate, that is the environment in which the building is, then the building envelope, that is the entire building, and then the equipment we have in the building. Then on the other side, we consider the human influenced factors, which we call social factors, that is operation and maintenance of the equipment we have, the occupant behavior, the indoor flow environment conditions. So all these are the factors we consider when we are trying to see this. This is just trying to elaborate the previous slide. I can skip it. Now here, I'd also try to summarize. When we are looking at energy measures for buildings, we normally consider about 2-3 steps. The first one is the demand side management, and this is the most effective because it helps to balance demand and supply over time. Now, in summary, what this table tries to bring out, if you want to become efficient, you start with the behavior, the social behavior. This social behavior, I think when the CD for SNV was talking about such a building, we have a building here in the Pearl of Africa where we would not be cooling. But also you consider that we have all these lights. Do we need all these lights when the presentation is going on? So this kind of behavior, you look at it. Then you can carry out some kind of energy audit after understanding the behavior. Then from there, the yellow part is trying to choose the technology or innovation you have to apply to become more efficient. Then step 2 is digitalization, data management, and other smart technologies. This is where all of us are trying to go. If you look at the first curve, if you look at the bottom diagram, it is showing perspectives where you can have a smart building, where you can have an ordinary, and how does this affect the energy efficiency and related demand. So if we look at the first curve on the left, the blue one, if it is the typical ordinary building, you have the highest demand for cooling towards noon. I'm assuming we are in Africa, and it is where we have the maximum insolation during that time. If you have an efficient building, then you look at that yellow curve. The demand will be there, but the solution will be now be attained because you can try to manage, optimize the energy demand, the energies you have. Then the green curve shows that if you have renewable energy, for example, you are using solar panels, then the demand goes below because at that time of the day you have the highest peak. Then the other curve is trying to total up. If you consider these other curves, you get a curve like that one. So then we also look at the enablers, and these we normally put them in 3 categories. You look at energy efficiency, you look at decarbonization, and smart buildings. And in the energy efficiency, we need policy, which talks about building codes and standards. We need high performance building envelopes. We need energy efficiency appliances and equipment. And we need building user behavior change. You know, here in Uganda, you can even find security lights on during the day. And you wonder why people do that. So behavior change is another thing. Then decarbonization, on-site renewable energy generation, like from solar panels is one of them. Then on-site energy storage is another important thing. Then we have talked about smart buildings, and these are some of the issues. I think even the previous speakers were talking about these inverters in the refrigerators and so on. And then when you can control or monitor some of the equipment remotely. Then as a team, we carried out a Delphi study. And our main objective was to develop a web-based building energy efficiency assessment tool for Uganda. So this is what we intend to come out as our output. So the special objective is to assess the expert opinions about benefits of incorporating building sustainability factors using the Delphi technique. And the approach, we did this through interviews, and we consulted 38 experts from different categories of academia, construction consultants, energy consultants, and MDAs. Then expert consensus was validated using an inter-role agreement. So what I'm going to present is partly from this study and then some general view. So this we did a baseline study just to understand what is going on and what is the context of Uganda. So we studied 4 regions, Gulu for the north, Jinja East, Kampala Central, and Barara West. Then we collected this data through questionnaire-based survey, real-time data, which is experimental, then we collected this data using Kobo, the Kobo Collect tool. Then we got responses from residential houses, which are about 1,473, commercial buildings, 596, and then institutions, about 87 office blocks, 75 hospitals, and then 81 schools. So this is one of the results, the general result. The first one shows the sources of energy in the different places, but you can see we are still using kerosene, some can use, and there is less use of these renewable energies. Then sources of energy for appliances, we see that it is electricity which goes highest. Then sources of energy for cooking, and we can see the blue bar giving the highest. So the findings from the Delphi study, currently energy efficient building standards and guidelines for buildings are not available. They are not there. I think this will come as we implement the policy which was launched last month. So building owners or developers lack awareness of benefits of energy efficiency. So they normally focus on minimizing cost and trying to maximize security. How strong is my building? So constructions and related building approvals currently rely mostly on architecture and structural design integrity. This is the requirement by the local authorities to approve plans and constructions. Then in the same way, mechanical and electrical designs do not also try to emphasize the energy efficiency. And most of the time you find somebody's air conditioning the room, but you might find that the choice or the design is either is over-designed or it is below the requirements. So generally, society perceives the following as the major considerations for energy efficiency. This is what people, one, they look at comfort. It is the lighting, appliances, then of course the thermal comfort. Then awareness and affordability of technology and related investments is another issue they try to think about when it comes to energy efficiency in buildings. Now, we developed some kind of codes which we just gave these numbers. It is from B1 to B35. And during our Delphi study, we looked at these and they were ranked according to what experts thought this should be considered first and whatever. So the ranking, sometimes as you would expect, you would get that result, but in some other ways, you get different results. But this table now gives the way the ranking from number 1 to number 35 of these criteria. The next, this is the major output, but we have not reached there yet. We have not come up yet. We have done the Delphi studies, and the data we are collecting will come up with a model development, which will be a software tool, web-based, so that you can input the different data required for a construction, and then it should be able to generate for you, showing whether it is an efficient design or lacking, and then guide you accordingly. So this is the work in progress. Most of the data we need to collect has been collected, so we are doing analysis and trying to come up with the... So in conclusion, there is large awareness gap. There are large awareness gaps among building owners, occupants, policymakers, and other stakeholders about energy efficiency and its benefits in the built environment. Then in terms of recommendation, there is need for implementation of the comprehensive policy and regulatory framework to guide energy assessments in Uganda's buildings or the building industry, and we hope this is being handled by the ministry, the line ministry. Then we need to integrate the aspect of energy efficiency in building standards, so that when somebody is starting a construction, we don't only approve the architecture and structural plans, but we approve also issues concerning with energy. Then create awareness on applicable and cost-effective energy efficiency improvements suitable for Ugandans, and this is the techno-economic analysis we are doing, which will be incorporated into the final study, final web-based model we are developing. So finally, I would like to acknowledge the different partners we have worked with. We got sponsorship for this work from the Swedish government. Then we are working with SNV Netherlands, Makerere University, we have PSFU, and during our work we are in contact with a number of stakeholders, and we thank you very much, and thank you for giving us this platform to show you some of the work we are doing. Thank you.
Professor, you know, most times you are not supposed to question your lecturers. Would you like to accept maybe 2 or 3 questions?
We are allowed to be asked, and I accept questions, please.
All right then. So if anybody is interested in contributing or challenging the results, kindly put up your hands.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor. My name is Isaac. I work with Umeme, but I'm also passionate about sustainability and sustainable design. So my question is, in your research, did you consider the sustainable materials? You realize that much of our construction is basically carbon intensive. Concrete, cement is so dangerous to our environment. So did you consider sustainable materials as you are looking at this research? Thank you.
If I could answer directly, yes, we are considering this, and when we come out, we shall come up with a model which gives you the kind of choice of block or what you have to use. Except, you know, when you are talking about energy efficiency, and our scope is not covering the entire value chain, because, you know, if you consider brick, you have to come right away from the quarry where they get the sand, then the energy they use to produce it. And so our work is going to start from when I have the block there. Which one should I choose for this particular construction?
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm called Engineer John Bosco Koi Karisa, and I'm your student. I hope I will not be penalized for anything. Yeah, we realize that in this country we have one of the major problems, and the major problem is lack of planning. Even when you look at the housing industry in this country, everything has been brought up in a zigzag manner. And I realize that for energy efficiency, you may need some central control units so that you can be able to produce energy, to produce cooling centrally and supply some buildings. But you will find that in most of the buildings, sometimes even there is no route of supply, there is nothing, there is no access. So I'm wondering what, like your study and even these conferences we are having, how can we have something to feed into planning authority such that they get to understand that this country is at stake in so many things. It's like we can't benefit very well in this efficiency, energy efficiency, and even what we have been doing in e-mobility. You can produce very good electric vehicles, but if you have very poor roads with potholes, it may also be very hard to implement or to use in this country. So there is a problem of lack of planning, and it is likely to continuously affect the energy efficiency in buildings. I thank you.
Yes, my namesake JB Karisa. I appreciate your concern, and I think all of us, this is our concern. The scope of our work does not reach there, but we are trying to consider these as isolated or whatever. You know, that infrastructure planning is something which the government, I think, is failing, because we thought when you create cities, they could be managed like that. If utilities are centrally managed, then they would be more efficient and managed properly. But our work is not going into that detail. But we hope if we can develop these codes, these sustainability requirements for energy efficiency, then they could be integrated in such a plan.
Thank you. My name is Esther Fiona Atek from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And my question is in regards to your work. Recently, I think Ministry, in collaboration with National Building Review Board and the EU, has been working on building energy efficiency guidelines, policy guidelines. So we came up with a guideline, and we've just been having a discussion on whether there are some guidelines that are the same as yours, whether we would risk duplicating others, or where there can also be shared knowledge and experiences. If that exists, and that's something that we can work on together with the academicians to build on to the building energy, space.
I think we are still working together with you. What you are talking about, I think, is work in progress, and part of our results are going to be inputs in those in whatever is being developed. I think the policy is there, but now to be able to implement that policy, we need guidelines, and our contribution is towards those guidelines.
Professor, can I kindly allow you to just do one more question so we can move on?
Yes, MC, I'm not the moderator, so for me, I was waiting for the moderator telling me to vamoose.
Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Carlton Sechaya. I'm from the taxi industry, and I'm the General Secretary of the Federation of Uganda Taxi Operators, UTOF. Through the organizers, I just want to thank the ministry or the government at large for such programs. Professor, mine is just maybe a sort of advice or request. Among all the programs you have given, the research you have made, I would request at least you compile up the system of fire extinguishing system, in the sense that within the houses we are building these days, fire is becoming another error. In the sense that if you can also try to formulate a system through your technology, in case when fire blocks down or blocks up, it blocks up the system also automatically stops the fire through switching on the fire extinguisher. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Sechaya. I agree with you, but somehow this could be not in our context. I'm sure some of these are already in the building standards and requirements, except that implementation of these codes and standards is not for research, but sometimes they are not implemented. But I'm sure one of those, especially in buildings, commercial buildings, even our domestic and factories, this is one of the requirements. But you all know sometimes we even occupy our buildings, our homes, our offices without getting a certificate of occupancy. So I'm sure that should be there somewhere, but except it is the implementation. Now I think this goes to our colleagues, the stakeholders, to take this into account and see that we implement that issue. So thank you very much. Thank you, MC. I want to hand over the mic.
And I will take it back from you. Ladies and gentlemen, from Makerere University, Professor John Baptist Chirabira. Round of applause to him. So we've come to
the final segment of today's session, and we have 3 breakout rooms. Now, the question is, which room do you want to go to? So either we could just announce them and just allow you to walk through, or we could do something exciting. What we'd like to do is that we'd like to have all 3 of the moderators come to the front and to do a pitch to tell us why their sessions are going to be the most interesting. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome the moderator for the session on minimum energy performance standards, Engineer Dennis Ariho. Let's welcome him to the front. Ladies and gentlemen, the session on electric mobility, Mr. Alan Muhumuza, Team Leader, Mobility Bureau, STI. Big round of applause. And finally, industrial energy efficiency, Engineer Mera Birungi Byaruhanga. Big round of applause. So each of these individuals has approximately 1 minute to convince us that their session is going to be the most captivating, tongue-twisting, top-of-the-line presentation that you've ever seen in terms of energy efficiency and mobility. So the microphone is there. Feel free to pick it from the podium, and you can start off. No, not the one of the lady.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Engineer Dennis Ariho from the East African Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, YACRI, and I'm a moderator for the session on the minimum energy performance standards. Yeah, Uganda, East Africa, Africa at large, have become a dumping ground for inefficient and low quality energy products. When you go in our market everywhere, you can't differentiate what is an energy efficient product and what is an energy inefficient product. Even quality is a problem. So standards, minimum energy performance standards have been developed in Uganda around 2011, but implementation has been a challenge. And this is not a problem of only for Uganda, but also for the entire sub-Saharan Africa. So we need to do something. We can have standards, but if we don't implement them, it becomes a problem. There are great savings that you can achieve by having energy efficient equipment in our market, and this applies in all sectors. It can reduce the energy demand, and also there are a lot of economic benefits. So in this session, we are going to see which are the challenges that we are facing. Why don't we have energy efficiency labels? For example, why are our countries, why don't they have standards? And even those which have, why aren't they implementing? What is the problem? Are we writing documents? So it is going to be an interactive session. You are all welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Engineer.
Dr. Mish, kudos to you. You just converted this into another panel discussion. My panel is on electric mobility. The Honorable Minister, during her keynote, highlighted that mobility is soon going to be a 26.6 billion market opportunity. So if you want to see how we can tap into that and create wealth for yourself,
that is corruption. That is corruption.
I know, I'm just stating facts, Dr. Mish.
That is corruption.
I'm stating facts. So come and we converse and see how we can bring this 26.6 billion to Uganda.
Eish.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer Mera Birungi Byaruhanga. I'll be moderating the session on how to stimulate investments in the industrial energy sector. As we all know, businesses are the key driver for our country right now, and we need to identify how to have savings in each and every of our businesses. So I would like to invite you to come to my session and we discuss how we can use energy monitoring as a key driver. How can we integrate energy management in our factories, in our businesses, so that we can have savings for our industries. Thank you, you're very welcome, and we'll have a very interactive session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to all of the different moderators. Minimal energy performance standards is going to happen in Mira Hall, which is just across. Electric mobility will stay in this room, and then industrial energy efficiency will go to Regal Hall. I'd like to ask that if you move to any of these halls, please go with your equipment, with your laptops, because suite to these sessions, we're going to close for the day, and we'll do a recap tomorrow morning. So feel free to go with your things. Because of the time constraint, we're going to ask that the discussions are kept for a maximum of 30 to 35 minutes. Should you want to increase the discussion or extend it, feel free to do so, but at your leisure. Thank you very much, and we'll see you all. Kindly note also that there's break tea after the session, so feel free to extend the discussion during break tea. Thank you. So just a reminder, minimum energy performance standards in Mira. That's with Engineer Dennis Ariho. Electric mobility stays in Albert here, together with Mr. Alan Muhumuza. And then industrial energy efficiency moves to Regal with Engineer Mera Birunji. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mish. For those who are staying here, maybe I could give us 5 minutes, health break, grab a tea if you can. In exactly 5 minutes, we start our conversation.
I think, Alan, it would be better if you use the handheld mic. It's clearer, and moreover, it'll give you a lot of flexibility. Cheers.
All right, so I see Michael saying, let's do 16:50, that's 3 minutes. So in 3 minutes, we start our conversation. So stand up, stretch, health break. And I will also invite my panelists to be taking their seats at the stage. Mr. Lawrence Muchunguzi, if you could join us. Perfect, perfect. You could sit closer to me because I feel like those Jacob and David are trying to run away from the questions. All right. You're all very welcome to this breakaway session on electric mobility, specifically focusing on Uganda's electric mobility supply chain readiness with a key emphasis on charging infrastructure. Now, my boss, the Honorable Minister, for those who attended her keynote, made a very strong pitch for why e-mobility is something we should be taking more seriously than we could be. And I recall in her keynote, she specifically talked about 6 trends, and the 3rd trend was on charging infrastructure development. And she highlighted that the successful transition to e-mobility is contingent upon the establishment of a sufficient, robust, convenient, and interoperable network of charging infrastructure. And government has set some very clear targets. 10,000 fast chargers with a charger available within a 50-kilometer radius from where you're standing, with 3,500 public charging stations by 2040. And we have seen both public and private sector intervention in this space. Now, my panelists this evening, maybe before I introduce my panelists, my name is Alan Muhumuza. I am the team leader, Mobility Bureau at the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat. And it is a pleasure to be your host this evening. So I wanted to start this conversation with Jacob. I know Bodavac, which you co-founded, has been very instrumental in rolling out charging infrastructure, especially for two-wheelers. You could also give us a little bit of information and also introduce yourselves first before you engage in this conversation so that the rest can also know you fully. I might not do it justice. So my first question to you is, how can Uganda strategically position herself to build a robust and scalable charging network?
Yes, let me see. Okay, that works well. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacob Hornbach. I'm doing the CEO job at Bodavac and now rebranded to GoGo. We are a Ugandan company that makes electric motorcycles and sells them. We make lithium-ion batteries, and we offer the lithium-ion batteries in our battery swap network as a service to our clients, which are typically the Boda guys. So as of today, we have 650 riders or so, more than 650 riders on the road. We do about 1,000 battery swaps a day. That is worth roughly 3 megawatt hours of electricity per day, so 3,000 households or so. And yeah, you have been asking what are the key considerations. So since last year, October, we started developing our network in charging stations. And as of today, there are about 65 locations in Uganda where you can rent one of our batteries. And the question you asked, so this is sort of my quick introduction, who am I and what we're doing here in Uganda. And I think, Alan, the question was, how should Uganda strategically position itself to have a great EV charging infrastructure? And in my opinion, I think about this very pragmatically. So right now we don't have charging infrastructure, but we want it. It costs money. Is government going to give us the money? Probably not. that's a bit much. So it's going to be the private sector. So if we want to position ourselves, we need to be an investment destination for charging infrastructure investment. So the risk and reward ratio must check out, because that would be my first question to us. Where is the money coming from? And who is going to give us that money to build charging infrastructure, let's say, worth $1 billion? And I believe the money is going to come from the private sector side. So I believe if we want that charging infrastructure as fast as possible, we should make it very attractive to invest in charging infrastructure businesses here in Uganda.
Interesting. I think your story, you have the data, given that I think right now you might arguably be the biggest player of swapping stations in the country. Now, in your experience as you are setting up this 65, I'm sure you have learned some lessons, burnt your fingers here and there. What do you see as the key considerations, especially for the players in the room that might be thinking about taking this route for a successful deployment of this infrastructure across the country?
I think the first consideration should be, for whom am I charging? So if I charge buses, battery swapping with buses is maybe tricky, so we might choose fast charging or so is the right approach. If it's private vehicles, it might be a different approach. If it's two-wheelers, as of now, it seems that the battery swapping is the dominant approach to serve their need. So without sort of over-broadening into buses and cars, where I don't know much about it, let me talk about the two-wheeler infrastructure. So the first key consideration is now, so we're now swapping batteries, and just to share a few stories, so what we do is we move around, we find a nice location, and we have to make sure that this location is somewhere within reach of a three-phase transformer, because if I charge batteries with a normal residential connection, after 2 or 3 batteries, that's maximum, then the cables start getting hot. So now you connect to a three-phase transformer, so that is its own experience with the distributor, and then after having connected to the three-phase transformer and you put battery number 20 or 30, you realize you start competing with all your neighbors who are also connected to that transformer. So then you have to start looking for your own transformer, buy it, so you are sure you have your own access to your dedicated source of electricity. So what we have learned is that when you just go and rent any building, the first thing you have to do is upgrade the electricals in that building, because that building was never built to charge 30 batteries at a time. That's like operating 10 commercial electrical ovens in parallel. And then after that, we also discovered there are bottlenecks towards the transformer side. This is now very technical because we talked about charging infrastructure. That's why I'm not going into other, let me say, economic or business model considerations.
Seems there is quite a lot of lessons and discoveries along the way in this journey. I think we are building the plane as we fly it. Now, turn over to Lawrence, because from what Jacob is saying, it seems, because I'm not sure how they have done their mapping to see where they should go next, but given his experience, especially in the requirements for the grid, the neighborhood, there might be a need to think through a comprehensive master plan on how we can roll out charging infrastructure. So I wanted to pick your thoughts on how do you think should be our approach as a country, given the targets we have for rolling out charging infrastructure across the country, and the fact that we have private sector coming in, and I'll come to David later on what they are doing at Ministry of Energy to catalyze infrastructure development. How do you see ourselves planning well to cater for these diverse needs, both in the rural and in the urban setting, and the current grid challenges that we might have in the two different settings?
Thank you, Aaron, and colleagues. My name is Muchungs Lawrence. I'm the Managing Director, KB Consultancy. We specialize in feasibility studies in energy and environmental related issues. But professionally, I'm a lawyer. But when I heard someone saying he was a veterinary doctor, I almost said, at first I thought I was in the wrong place with engineers, but later I adjusted that e-mobility is diverse, it is everywhere. So I'm glad to be part of this engagement. Before I talk anything, because I will draw my attention from what he was trying to answer, someone should project something for 1 minute for our participants. There is something we have there for projection. Yes, it will take only 1 minute.
Adrian, you have the presentation?
Is it on? We want to keep time.
All right.
Just move the slides. I want them to see, then I can.
There's a clicker here. You can use. Yeah, you can still point. It still works.
So I think if you have seen clearly, those are pictures of a design for a charging infrastructure. In 2020-21, as a company, with our partners in London, we received funding from Innovate UK to conduct a feasibility study to pilot 2 charging infrastructures. And we chose Entebbe and Jinja, and I'm glad Aaron and some officials from Ministry of Energy, they were part of it. So these are designs we had made to construct the same in Jinja and Entebbe. Now, going back to the question, how do you develop this? How do we envision electric vehicle charging infrastructure master plan? If you look at the speech that the president gave, I think it was on 7th December 2022, he had ordered that all government agencies should begin procuring vehicles made by these companies like KMC. Then on 5th August this year, there was a meeting for CEOs in Jinja Steel hosted by KMC at the plant. And he reiterated the same thing, that the better we move. But when you look at the first time when he made his speech, and I think it was in the form of a letter he wrote, we had stakeholders demanding that fuel should be reduced, it is high. And he told them, no, we are not going reducing fuel, we should instead go ahead and embrace these electrical vehicles. So which means there is already a political will, and the Ministry of Energy is already moving. But how do you move matters. How do you reach on having these charging infrastructures? It means you must have some guiding tool. And this guiding tool, you must have a plan, and this time a master plan. If you have Kampala Metropolitan, we expect you to have a master plan specifically for deployment of charging infrastructures within the city. But what do we consider? I was reading about India. Between 2021 October, and January 2022, they constructed 678 charging stations in 9 major cities. Now, in total, India has around 1,640 charging stations, but 9 cities account for 940. But if you look at their master plan, I read about how they first did it. It was through making a master plan. So if you are to develop the same, what can be the factors that we should consider? And I think that's what the question you are asking. Conditions, features, and variables that can lead to what we want, or contribute successfully to the choice we are making. And one of them is the policy and legal framework. As a lawyer, I wish the minister was still around, but I know you'll take the message. I've handled some bills. A ministry presents a bill, and you find there is something they have forgotten, then it attracts an amendment in the next 1 year or 2. So if we are to move and present our bill to incorporate what we want, then reach the extent of developing the master plan and the infrastructure, then the policy and legal, of course, the law comes from the policy, majorly. So we expect, like this policy 2023, I've been going through about it, rather going through trying to see what is there and what is not there, but you did a good job, Minister of Energy. But when it comes to legal framework, we expect consultations, at least you consult us as private key players. Because this time I'm not talking as a lawyer, I'm talking as someone in e-mobility business. We are looking at the business. Then electricity supply. Immediately you have a charging station like this one I have given out in those designs I have, which I actually shared with some key stakeholders. You need electricity of your own, what he was talking about, my colleague here. Immediately you begin charging, people will begin getting some problem with their cookers in the house. So, according to ERA, we have enough electricity. We actually consume only 843. We have 559, which is in balance, like the minister was talking. And we are looking at 500 and rather 2,000 when Karuma is commissioned. Then, but maybe in the next future, not far away, as I've seen in the guiding tools, we shall be having around 52,000 megawatts. But the key factor for a private person implementing or investing in a charging hub, how much do you sell the power? So those are some of the considerations we begin thinking. Maybe can you give incentives to these people? But all that, it will be in developing a master plan and having a very good data, which someone can access and say, these people have a reason to do this. So the ministry has to do a lot to make sure that they have data, and then we also move as private sector. Then another one, funds. I've heard that they are trying to get funds, like he was saying. But when you look at Uganda, how many petrol stations are owned by government? That's what he was looking at. We want to make sure that what we are doing, the private sector can catch up and take it on. And then availability of funds, it means the ministry will need to show people that this can work, and then the private sector picks up, which means funding, the Ministry of Finance should really add money to the mother ministry, which is the Ministry of Energy, to attract, to put infrastructure in place which can attract the private sector. Then we have our usual problem where land is owned by people, but still we have some clause down there, which is 26(2)(b), the A. Government can easily get land from a person as long as they compensate. Then the feasibility we conducted, and which can assist, I think, the ministry in developing a master plan, and they should consider using the government existing infrastructures, like local government settings, police stations, they have land off. Like in Entebbe, they were giving us land around the police. It is idle, so we believe the ministry will have that, because the public will want to know what are they saying. So land acquisition, that one shouldn't be a problem. Then charging demand, where you are putting, what attracts people to come and charge. But normally, demand influences what? Supply, just as simple as that. Is there demand for electric motor vehicles? He has said they have over 600 people. They started, we have been reading about them. They started with very few, but it shows that in Uganda the demand is there. It is only us to position ourselves and come up with a plan, which is this time a master plan for installation of these infrastructures. Then we are looking at the operating economy. That one, it shouldn't be an issue, because where you put money, the most important thing you are looking at private sector. Can we make profit? Is there a return for money? If you invest, if today, like the Minister of Energy invested, can they just fund the next funding? Then there is an issue he talked about, I think even Aaron was talking about it. No, not Aaron, the previous professor. Convenience, traffic convenience. Where you press the charging station, is it convenient? What your argument, sir, engineer, you are looking at our planning. So where if we are developing a master plan, where we press a charger, it should be, if you look at like Tondeka buses, which I'm seeing in town, to turn, it takes, if you put it in a very bad place, the vehicle will not charge, which means it will not, if it is from Mukono, it will not pray another route, it will pray 4 routes. So traffic convenience matters when we are looking at developing a master plan for deployment of these charging infrastructures around our city. Kampala was initially, I think, better planned, but I doubt now. Then environment. I think if there is anything we are talking about that protects the environment, it is e-mobility. I don't think we are going even to be in need of environmental assessment, because it gives a direct benefit on the environment more than any other thing. So I think I'll wait for more. I've taken a lot of time, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. You have given some very good insights, especially given the project you're working on. And interestingly, in the e-mobility strategy, it is well aligned with even the guiding principles that the e-mobility strategy puts together, which it highlights. And I'll just quickly highlight these 8. One is an ecosystem approach, sustainability, innovation, supply chain localization, equity and inclusion, integration, adaptability, and public awareness. Now, I would turn to Engineer Birimu Maaso. You have this project at the Ministry of Energy called the Clean Energy Access Project. And I think building upon what Jacob and Lawrence have so far submitted, I see some linkages there with what you're planning to do. Maybe you could start by giving us a bit of an overview of what this project is about and how it is linking into helping us in the transition to e-mobility.
Thank you. Engineer Birimu Maaso David is my name. Currently, I'm a Principal Energy Officer for Energy Efficiency and Conservation at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. But also, I've been a lecturer before, so I have some little experience in teaching or guiding students on what to do. if I go straight to the question of clean energy access project and what it brings on the table, this is a 5-year project, and it started this financial year. So we hope that we will move, or we implement a number of interventions within the next 5 years. It has 4 components, but the main one is electric mobility promotion. And under that, we are looking at piloting charging infrastructure by putting in place 10 charging stations within Kampala Metropolitan, just for pilot, as a pilot. And our intention is to stimulate the users of vehicles to shift to electric vehicles, and also to stimulate private sector to start investing in charging stations, because it's not our intention to run businesses for charging electric vehicles. So we are going to use this to collect data, to attract investment, to create awareness among vehicle users and vehicle purchasers, to start thinking of buying electric vehicles. So in terms of infrastructure, that's what we intend to achieve. Other elements under electric vehicle promotion, we are looking at framework conditions such as policies, guidelines, standards for electric vehicles. Of course, currently I can say that we have no standards adopted for Uganda, but of course we are trying to look around and see which are the appropriate standards. We are also basing on what has been developed before, because we don't have a reason to start from zero. So since others have done it, we are looking at the appropriate standards we can adapt for Ugandan market. So we will develop appropriate policy measures, policy tools to provide for strengthening of the framework conditions for adoption of electric vehicles. In this project, we will try as much as possible to look at local content, build local capacity, to ensure that we can work on our infrastructure. We can collect our own data and implement a number of business models which have been developed locally here. So there are opportunities for us on that project to see what we can contribute to the country. The other components, the other elements of the project include promotion of industrial energy efficiency, development of standards for other appliances other than electric vehicles, as well as promotion of, I think those are the ones. No, cooking appliances, efficient cooking appliances. Yes, so there are 4 components. So of course, we understand that everyone cooks at home, or everyone eats at least. So we will be looking at promotion of efficient cooking appliances as well, by developing a local capacity to manufacture our own appliances. So that is it about the Clean Energy Clean Energy Access Project. Yeah.
Now, before I shift the stage from you, if you look at the current internal combustion engine vehicles, the PS earlier on said that you have managed to improve our fuel. Now we can support Euro 5 by reducing the concentration of sulfur in terms of parts per million. I think on the electricity side, in its comparison, the standards that are there, well regulated by ERA, and of course also the distribution is well established, especially in urban areas. Now in the internal combustion engine side, if you look at that nozzle for dispensation of fuel, I think the manufacturer has also already standardized their nozzles. So you, whatever petrol station you go to, you're sure you'll get petrol or you'll get diesel. Now, right now in e-mobility, of course, with the different approaches different manufacturers have taken, the protocols are completely different. So if you look at, for example, electric vehicles, if you buy one from China, it's different from the one from Japan, different from the one in Europe, different from the one in USA. Even our players here, the way BorderVac might be integrating might be different from the way Zembo is doing it, different from the way Spiro is doing it. So from, I know you had tackled a bit on the standards and the regulatory environment around it, but from your experience or from your studies, what do you see as the latest global developments, especially when it comes to ensuring interoperability and seamless integration of charging infrastructure? And what do you foresee as some of the challenges that we might face, and how we can what we can do to quickly eliminate these challenges from the start?
I hope I will try as much as possible to be very clear. One day I went to buy trousers, and they were all 36. I put on size 36. And I took them home because I saw the label size 36. So I bought 3 of them, only to reach home, and 2 of them couldn't fit me. So in that regard, standards help us to just have the right things in place. It doesn't matter who manufactures which type of charger. We would expect that in a market like we are anticipating for, when you buy an electric vehicle and you go to charge, you don't want to arrive there and the plug of the other charger cannot plug into the socket of your vehicle. I think everyone would love to charge from anywhere, from any charger, except if you are different, from what I think. Now, the other thing, if you arrive at any charger, you don't want to plug in, yes, you can plug in, but they cannot communicate. The charger cannot communicate with the ECU of your vehicle, and you can't charge if the two cannot communicate. You want to plug, and immediately the car notices that, okay, I am ready to charge, and it starts charging immediately. So standards and protocols will play a bigger role in making sure that whoever is operating a charging station or a charge point, you can communicate, you can share information, the equipment can communicate. Because at a given point, I know we will reach a point whereby charging stations are on call, and you have to find the nearest free charging station so that you can charge and move on. So if we are to look around, the early adopters of electric vehicles or e-mobility were using the type 1 and type 2. So as time moved on, there was a creation of another standard called the combined charging system, whereby there was provision or allowance to provide for fast charging through DC. So currently on market, there is CC1, the combined charging system, which provides for an extension of type 1 charging adapter to provide for DC charging, and a combined charging system, or combined charging system based on the CCS2 standards, which combines the type 2 charger and extends it with a DC addition. So the CCS is now the current standard widely used, I think, in Europe. Of course, save some manufacturers like Tesla who decided to be unique and are still unique, and they have their own standard, the North American charging standard, I think, and they continue to implement this. So mainly, currently, we have two widely used standards, the North American charging standards for Tesla and the combined charging system standard for most of the European and Asian countries. Then on protocol, I think largely the protocol has been harmonized. Most of the charging stations are using the Open Charge Point protocol, which provides for sharing of information between charge point operators or charging stations operators and the suppliers of charging equipment. So if I look at Uganda, we will adopt, of course, the widely used standard. And the good thing, the CCS is actually based on ISO standard. And if I look at our framework, we largely adopt ISO standards and IEC standards for which we subscribe to. So basically, we will be looking at what works for us and to which standard do we subscribe to. Thank you.
I think this will be a very interesting conversation for us to dive in a bit deeper. And I'm sure that we'll be having more platforms to get a bit more into how we build our standards, not just for the charging infrastructure, but also for the vehicles as we start manufacturing. Now I want to close my side before I open it up for the listeners on the other side. Ending, I want to do a closed loop, so I'm coming back to you, Jacob. We need skilled people in this space. And I know there's a project you've been running, trying to skill some people to support our transition to e-mobility. So what skills do you see as essential, especially the conversations we are having? And how can we bridge any current gaps you might have identified in about 2 minutes?
Yeah, let me try to keep it to 2 minutes. So we did a project supported by GIZ under their PREEP and E4D programs. And in this project, we developed 3 curricula. And in the first round of validating the curricula developed, we trained and skilled about 180 people in Uganda. And so we made, sort of from our operational perspective, we focus now on curricula number 1, the operators training, which is how do I operate an electric vehicle. So it's basically a training for the Boda Boda guys, and it encompasses financial literacy. How do I, repay the loan that I took out to buy this EV? How do I operate my EV energy efficiently so I maximize my the money I make every month, and, also operating the technology, obviously, safely. So this is the operator of the EV's perspective. Now, the other 2, we developed a hands-on technician training. So how do I, if an EV stands in front of me, it's not working, how do I diagnose it? How do I find out where's the issue? How do I unbolt and bolt back, or unplug and plug back, or whatever I do to repair that EV? And how do I approach this challenge from a technician, from a engineering perspective, and teach the basics about electric vehicle powertrains and so on. And then the third one is on managerial level, because as a manager in an EV company, you also need to understand the basics, the economic and the technological basics, in order to make good decisions. And we are also now seeing, the latest bottleneck we discovered was that, the wires are too thin in the buildings we are renting, and we need to get 3-phase connections and upgrade all the sockets and whatnot. So there's a 4th skill that we are seeing now, and it's literally in the deployment of charging infrastructure. You need a lot of people who are well-trained and certified electricians, electro-technical engineers who know how to, design the electrical layout, install it into the station and so on. And we have just, our own team became too small, so we started outsourcing to some electrical companies here. So that is also an important skill when rolling out charging infrastructure. You need to know how to install a socket on the one side and how to connect to a transformer on the other side.
Brilliant. So for those who are looking at how you plug into the $26.6 trillion, they need more support on the electrical side to install the charging infrastructure. Now I want to open it up to the audience. See 1, 2, I want a third hand. 3, right there. Okay, starting with Michael, then the lady, then there. Now there become more hands. Do you want us to go on up to 6 p.m.? So I'll take those 3. If I could get a microphone.
Okay, maybe I can speak a little bit louder. Maybe the stand is a little better. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, Alan, for presenting the session. Sisters, we need the microphone here. Yeah, Jacob. You're here, but I also have Spiro. I don't know whether they have still Zembo around. There are some other players like Redvas who are doing this battery swapping. The first people who started was Zembo. Then Redvas came. I think Redvas is still a bit small. And then I didn't know you had started. It's a good news for me that you've started. Now, Alan, you talk about interoperability of the charging system. But now when it comes to the two-wheelers, the swapping, if my battery runs out and the nearest, I'm riding a Zembo, the nearest swap station is a Bodevac or a Spiro, then I have a challenge. We used to have this challenge, and I think you still have, when you buy, when you take to replace a Coca-Cola bottle vis-a-vis a Pepsi-Cola bottle, they will not accept, isn't it? So can we have, we are in a digital technology. With the bottles, you cannot digitalize and swap, probably. Maybe they can bring that. But with the digitalization, can we have a solution that makes it possible that if I'm stuck, I can swap a Zembo battery for a Bodevac? Maybe because of crossing, like I bring another analogy of ATM machines. When I withdraw with my Stanbic from a Centenary Bank, they charge me a little extra for drawing from there. So can we have a digital solution that makes me swap at an additional cost for swapping from another station which is not yours? So that at least I'm not stuck.
Maybe we can first take the questions, then we'll respond.
Yeah. Okay, no problem.
The lady.
Thank you. My question is to, I think, Jacob from the Border Company. How have you leveraged solar energy for your charging infrastructure? And then as we move from the two-wheelers to, vehicles and building our charging infrastructures for vehicles, how much do you think solar can contribute in reducing our dependency on grid energy, or generally reducing our overall expenditure on electricity? Thank you.
Okay, one more, the gentleman right there. Then we'll answer those, and then we agree. Behind. The one behind there. He's going to put up his hand first. And then we'll agree if we should take another 3.
Thank you, Moderator Alan, for this good work. My question really goes to Jacob. Alex is my name from Nile Microfinance. We have a fast-growing two-wheeler portfolio. This speech has really given me an opportunity to look at the linkages in terms of business. I can clearly see an opportunity that we can actually gradually switch from the fossil fuel to e-mobility. I would love you to share with me or with us so far the feedback from the users concerning this technology. Again, related to that, my experience in other clean products, especially solar, is that when there is trouble Those of us from West Nile, Arua in particular, it takes a very long time. All the service centers are based in Kampala. I would love that you think beyond this to see that we actually have service centers, and because of that, our company has even employed a solar technician. Is there any opportunity for training so that we see how to expand on this? That will be a very good opportunity. Thank you.
Right, Jacob, it seems you are selling like hotcakes. All the questions are yours.
Am I now allowed to answer?
Yes, you're now allowed to answer.
Thank you. Let me try to run with my answers a little bit, so maybe we get a few more questions going. So let me start with the first one, battery interoperability. My answer is no. I don't think that this is going to happen. I don't think it's possible. Reason for that is if Zembo comes and they say, we believe a small battery with 72 volts is going to be the winner. And then Spyro comes and says, we believe a 72-volt battery with 1.6 kilowatt hours apiece is the winner. And then Bodawerk comes and says, no, we believe 48 volts and a large battery of 4 kilowatt hours is the winner. We are never going to agree, and I'm never going to put my money where Zembo's mouth is, and Zembo will never put their money where my mouth is. It's not going to happen, and it's not necessary at all. Just to take a quick example of what my colleague David was saying, in Europe, somehow CCS became the standard, and in America, Tesla is now the standard. Tesla did their own thing, and now everybody accepted it. I don't believe that at any point in the last 15 years, it was the role of US government to come in to say, CSS it is, or Tesla it is. I believe the market will organize itself when it comes to that, and may the best battery win. So the second question was about solar energy. So we have recently started expanding into Nile region, Jinja, Iganga, Kaliro, Kamuli, you know, that side, and power quality has been a huge problem. So literally with every kilometer you move out of Kampala, the grid reliability goes down by 1%. And so in those areas, and also well knowing that we'll go in other areas where the grid is not available, solar is clearly the only option right now, because we're not going to run our station off a generator. So solar is important, and solar, even in the long run, has the potential for any player in the game to reduce their cost of electricity. Then it's, you know, even a swap station operator like me, just like a factory in Amanva can go to the solar company and say, hey, make me a CNI proposal, I buy all the electricity at this price, and you invest it and put it there. So it's very important, and the role of solar is not only to unlock areas where the grid not is, or to reduce the cost of electricity. The other role of solar is also backup. So if I have a mixed station and the grid goes off, at least I can still charge a little bit of my solar. So I think it's important, and whether we are talking about two-wheelers or four-wheelers, solar does have the potential to reduce the cost of electricity. I think as of today, it is the cheapest technology to produce an electron in the world, I think. Yeah, either way. So the last question was microfinance. So with the 650 bikes we have on the road, so far all of them actually are lease to own financed with our partner Watu Credit. So coming from the microfinance industry, you might have heard of them. And the business linkages are very big, because if you give out a petrol motorcycle on a loan, the problem is if the guy decides not to pay you, what are you going to do? And now, for us, what we're going to do is either we stop selling you fuel, now the bike becomes useless to you, right? Or we use technology to remotely disable the bike, and then we collect it, because the bikes and the batteries, everything is GPS tracked. So the e-mobility has actually the potential to reduce the risk and therewith the cost of financing in order to obtain it. So right now, if you look at the cost of financing for petrol motorcycles, quite high, because the control is little. But in e-mobility, being electric, digital, remotely controllable, and whatnot, the risk is much lower, and we are seeing that already in the data. And just for user feedback, so to a Boda guy, the motorcycle is their income-generating asset, It's what puts food on the table every single day. So if you go and you operate a woodworking shop and you decide to buy a saw, you're looking not only on the cost of that saw, but you're looking at a high quality saw that rarely breaks down. And in case it breaks down, you want a 24-hour service for repair. So this is how a Boda Boda guy makes their business decision, which electric vehicle to buy. It is a combination of, I want access to the largest swapping network. So what the Boda guy wants is wherever they go, they want to somewhere nearby find a fully charged battery. That's the one thing, and that battery is supposed to be cheaper than fuel. That's very simple. But the other aspect, and we learned that on the road, is, you know, once we had the first couple of clients on the road and they came back with repair issues, and we took, you know, 48, 72 hours to repair, and the guy's not putting food on the table for 2 to 3 days. You can't imagine, you know, the stress we had. And now we pride ourselves that our repair service, we have customers, they come in and out within 1 hour, they're back on the road, and the problem solved for them, quick and cost efficient. So those are the two major concerns of a Boda Boda guy, is how much is the cost of energy and, you know, maintaining my vehicle, but also in case something goes wrong, how quick is the turnover? How quickly will I be helped? So overall, our customers are happy now that we have fixed the maintenance problem, because they save roughly 40% compared to fuel. So yeah, all of our clients are actually smiling most of the time.
Awesome. Can you allow me to take 3 more questions? Yes? Okay, so 1, 2, 3. There's a hand somewhere there, but it's, they answered your questions? Okay. So the microphone. So that gentleman there, this one. Those are the last 3 questions. Those who have other questions, you'll ask them after the panel.
Thank you very much, Alan, and the panel. My name is Paul Nduhura, and I'm a lecturer at Makerere University Business School, Department of Energy Science and Technology. I really want to commend Jacob and the BodaVec team for the work you have done, especially with skilling, training of the technicians that help with the maintenance and operation and so on. I was though concerned about, as an academician, of course, when you talked about curriculum, I imagined this was definitely an informal curriculum. And of course, then I started to think of sustainability issues that come with a growing e-mobility sector, and how we can, as an industry working together with academia, can try to formalize the training for sustainability purposes, okay? So I'm thinking about how can we work together to mainstream the training, either through universities or vocational or technical colleges, so that in future, BodaVec, you don't have to think about how to train. You only think about growing your business in terms of making money. So maybe you have some ideas in that line, or maybe you're already working with universities or technical institutes, but it would be nice to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Right here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alan. Once again, I'm Carlton Sechaya from the taxi industry or taxi operators, and I'm the General Secretary of the Federation of Uganda Taxi Operators. Mr. Alan and the government at large, for your information, we had reached a certain pilot study under this e-mobility system through the motorcycles. But I just want to make it clear that I don't know, and I'm requesting you to make a research and find out why is it that these motorcycles, which had started multiplying on the road, are reducing. In fact, me as a person, I had reached even a certain extent that when I'm coming to town, I wait for those ones because they were really negotiable compared to these ordinary ones. So we need to find out if it's the price which is higher, a bit higher, because they are green by color. But nowadays, even if you stand on the road, you can't see those green what? Motorcycles. We need to find out exactly and see where the problem is so that we come up with a solution. My second point, the charging system they have talked about, but mine again goes to this business of mine, these all the taxis, the emission, the pollution of air and each and everything. So, and moreover, we have been in the system for years and years. But in all the programs are being made, there's no way we are being reflected, maybe in terms of recapitalization, in terms of building the e-mobility system that within that transition, so that we can also be rest assured that when it comes to maybe transition from fuel to the e-mobility system, we are also considered. So, Mr. Jacobo, I hope that one also you need to answer, and also we reflect back to our people because they are eagerly waiting to hear really, are they also going to be saved these ever-rising prices of fuel? Thank you.
Okay, the last one. I think that last one might not be for Jacob, but maybe he might have some.
I don't know. Thank you very much, Alan and the team. Mine is about sustainability of electric vehicles and other equipment. If you realize in this country, is that the maintenance, as an industry, maintenance of equipment, is highly penetrated by people who learn from the job, and some of those who do not even know from the job, but they keep coming in and doing work their way. And apparently, these combustion engine vehicles, they had learned their way out, and they would forge here and there, and maybe you would drive, and after a few kilometers, the vehicle fails again. But I see if our people are to be loyal to the electric mobility, e-mobility, we must plan the maintenance of this equipment very well. And it must be developed even within the policy. Now, how can we do that? That's why somebody from Nakawa, from the university, was thinking, can we give them a certificate? After giving them a certificate, can there be a policy in government that you will not work on this equipment unless you have that certificate? But that one can also be monitored if we have dedicated maintenance centers where those equipment can be taken and they are maintained there. So I think the maintenance system must be looked at very, very critically, and how to monitor and evaluate the technicians, such that people do not make themselves technicians when they are not. Finally, I don't know from your experience so far how our road infrastructure is impacting on the life of these e-mobility equipment like the borders and the vehicles. Because they are more electronic, we have potholes with a lot of water inside, we have very bad, some of them very bad roads, and if they have a negative impact on the maintenance, then the ordinary people in the village who are still on the Maram roads with muddy waters at this time, what is the plan for them, and how are we maybe modifying those equipment to fit those conditions? I thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think most of the questions are for Jacob, but I'll request David also come in a bit, especially on the government-related questions for the taxis. Yes, so Jacob, maybe you could start.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Yeah, the training has been from the start one of our major challenges. You know, we started in 2017, 18, and the truth is up to now, neither vocational training institutes nor universities have, you know, offering extensive e-mobility knowledge, right? So someone who comes from university still needs to be trained by us. So every single person that works at our company was trained and skilled internally. We have been working with Nakava on the vocational bit of it, and with academia, not yet so much with universities, but you can rest assured the next step of the first curricular development is now to formalize it. There's an institution that does formalize it, starts with D, I forgot the name. Yes. So that's the next step. And another way we formalized it, so there was an existing training program under Nakawa. So what we did is we amended it a little bit, and we fixed in, a few days of immobility theory and practical training in order to formalize it by plugging into something that is already formalized. But we appreciate the conversation, and we truly believe that knowledge needs to be widely spread in order for mass adoption. And one simple example is the Bajaj motorcycle here in Uganda. Bajaj in India, they don't care at all about maintenance. And why? Because in Uganda, every 1 kilometer, you find a mechanic who knows how to repair Bajaj. So that makes life easy for Bajaj to sell motorcycles here. And we need to create the same environment around e-mobility. And as a matter of fact, if you look at what the mechanic, that roadside mechanic does, he can take the entire engine apart and put it back together. I don't know how to solve that puzzle. So that's pretty high level in terms of, changing a bearing deep inside that engine or so. So the way, I'm just jumping now to the third question, which also rotated around sustainability and maintenance. So the way we are looking at it is that if we look at all the maintenance that's currently required, or the one we typically carry out, we found out that about 80–90% of the maintenance cases is what we call a tier 1 or a tier 2 maintenance case. So something simple, right? Change the brake pads, or solder a wire back together. But taking an electric motor apart and putting it back together, that one we call tier 3. So our approach here is to basically open source all the curricula, all the knowledge of tier 1 and 2, but when it comes to repairing a battery or a motor, it should happen in a service center. And in order to guarantee quick turnout over time for our clients, we already operate service centers in Entebbe, Luero, Jinja, because a customer in Jinja cannot send his bike to Kampala, for repair and send it back. So this is sort of our approach. You also asked certificates. So of course, first time we issued informal certificates. In future, those are hopefully formalized certificates together with a partnering institution, either vocational or academia. You also ask about the impact of our road infrastructure on the vehicles that we operate on our roads. So in my opinion, the pothole is not going to change. So what happens is we adjust the quality of the vehicles, and there's a reason why Toyotas are so common in Uganda, because the roads are so bad and the quality is so good with Toyota. So what's our approach? We want to be the Toyota of the two-wheelers. We simply must deal with potholes and water. And yes, there are some e-mobility technologies where potholes are especially bad. So for example, if you have a hub motor, that thing breaks in those potholes. So you start shifting the motor somewhere else in the bike. So we adjust accordingly. And last but not least, now on the taxi, just to conclude so you can follow up on the taxi topic. It is, in my opinion, the second biggest low-hanging fruit after the motorcycle. I would love if somebody takes on the taxi challenge. Our hands are tied right now. We have to get the motorcycle job done, but I feel sorry for the taxi sector, and I wish another entrepreneur comes and takes on that challenge. I can tell you the technology can do it. It's very possible, and it will give you the savings that you're after. It's just I can't cut myself in half. If I could, I would immediately also start on the taxis in parallel, but yeah. But there are other aspects also regarding the taxi industry and its electrification.
I think I may not directly answer his issues, but I think if you look at the taxi business, having data is a little bit tricky. Today the taxi is operating on Mitiana Road, on another day it goes on Gulu Highway, and then the other day it is on Ginger Highway. So I think there is a little bit of need for reorganization to allow for appropriate data collection. It's very rare to find consistent information for taxi business. And I think that is affecting a lot of many plans. Even KCCA is being disturbed by the same. So planning for matatus is a little bit tricky. But one of the policy directions in electric mobility, what we are doing, is to pilot and try to come up with a master plan which we can follow as we develop the charging infrastructure. And the beauty, we want to have a charging infrastructure which is accessible by somebody driving a small car, a matatu, or a bus, such that there is communication and data exchange at any time. Thank you. I think that will help us to easily get data and then plan together on how we can transform the transport sector for the betterment of everyone. Like Minister said, it is not just about health and environment, but we have more benefits than that. Thank you.
Ms. Lawrence, you have something to add?
Yeah, maybe my brother here is worried, but from our earlier engagements when we were in Entebbe, we made sure that among the participants, tax operators and border borders were in those engagements. Now, what we discovered in Entebbe, they were worried, like the way you were worried, that this e-mobility will take away their business. But we had an opportunity to show them that they are key players in the sector. The government has no time to come and run the tax park. You will still remain there. Then it was different when we came to Ginger. The engagements we had, the chairperson of Ginger Tax Park, they even offered space inside the tax park that the charging station should be put there and they begin earning from it. So they had more vision than the first group we met. So I think you are a big sector. I don't think the government can be there without you people. So you just need to take that message. Thank you much. I'm not speaking on behalf of the government. Yes. I think you
This recapitalization mechanism, because some of our taxis are already old, very old, need to recapitalize. But being personal business, it's not easy for somebody to just abandon his taxi and leave it there. So otherwise, we just try to go. That's why I say we are get those old spare parts to replace in order to ensure at least that the taxi works on the road. If there is a proper mechanism of recapitalizing those taxis at a variable price to enable those people to maybe to return to other businesses peacefully, I think if you can plan for us for that, we see the recapitalization mechanism being put in place. We talk to our people. Those fields to live the business, they live willingly, comfortably.
Great. Thank you, Carlton. And I think the conversations that we'll continue to have beyond this panel. I think the last question that you had, which hadn't been raised, responded to was the green motorcycles disappeared. Right now, the electric motorcycle segment is the fastest growing segment in Uganda. We already have over 1,000 electric motorcycles in Uganda alone. It's just that the color changed, because his is red. His is red. Maybe it is his. The green ones are also coming. So with that, I would like to appreciate you, the audience, and my panelists for such a very engaging conversation. Thank you for staying in your seats till 6 p.m. I appreciate your time, and thank you for the rich engagements. We'll continue these conversations even beyond this panel. With that, I thank you so much. Have a blessed evening.
And tomorrow we are continuing.